to HOJO Radio.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way is the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 and 59 cents.
This is your host, Jock McGregor. We present each of these shows for your approval. I'm very much interested in receiving your comments on each of these programs, either favorable or unfavorable. I'm really asking you all to turn yourselves into radio critics for the next half hour, as we present a program called This is Jazz, a program unique in presenting the true origins of pure jazz music. You think you know what jazz really is? Well, all too many Americans don't. So listen. What follows may be a revelation to you, as we present, for your approval, This is Jazz.
This is Jazz, a program conceived by Harry Fromkes and Rudy Blesh. Mr. Blesh, known from coast to coast for his newspaper articles and lectures on pure jazz, and especially for his recent book, Shining Trumpets, will tell you all about the music you're to hear and introduce the men who play it. And here, preceded by his musical signature, way down yonder in New Orleans, is Rudy Blesh.
Do you know what jazz really is? And you? Too few of us in 1947 do. It's not swing. It's not necessarily the latest tune of Tin Pan Alley or the current movie. It's a pure music of real cultural value, improvised by small groups with generally only one instrument of a kind. Each player is free to create his own variation on the musical theme, and these variations combine into a free, rhythmic, harmonious whole. There is more ensemble than there is solo in pure jazz. It's not prearranged or scored like swing, nor wild and chaotic like the jam session. It's orderly, but exciting. In the next half hour, we can bring you only the important highlights of the long and rich history of pure American jazz. But this preview can lead, if you all approve, to a series of programs full of the catchy tunes, the romantic history, and the local color of 75 long years of this American music. Now, imagine yourselves all in old New Orleans. The year is 1870. Down old Rampart Street, a street band is marching in their colorful uniforms. So, here is our first scene, the very birth of jazz. What are they playing? It sounds like that wonderful old march, High Society. That was how the first jazz sounded in New Orleans way back in 1870. Today it was played for you by Ernest Kid Punch Miller, a native New Orleans player known to jazz lovers the whole world over as one of the most powerful and original of trumpet players. Famous Maxie Kaminsky, also on trumpet. Albert Nicholas, the great New Orleans clarinetist. George Brunis, that irrepressible tailgate or parade trombonist. Cy St. Clair, the veteran tuba player, and the great Baby Dodds on drums. Now, didn't that sound different to you? Different from all of the commercial music that we hear on the air today? It is real jazz in its original form, and it is different. Now, for one thing, it's improvised. It's not played from arranged scores. Therefore, it comes right from the heart. Each player composes as he plays his own variations on the basic theme or contributes to those rolling, syncopated rhythms. Of course, before jazz began, there were the spirituals and the work songs and the blues. All of these influenced jazz, and jazz is full of the many melodies of the blues. But jazz itself began there, back in the 1870s, with those New Orleans brass bandsmen, untaught men who just couldn't read music, but could make it, and that's what counted. This raggy new music of 1870 was the old military march tune, as they transformed it by stirring rhythm in, by syncopating the melodies. But at the moment, we haven't the time to linger at this period, so we skip over a full generation to our next highlight, to 1897, when the city of New Orleans discovers that this new music is just too good to march to. What do? Just what comes naturally. They begin to dance. The band comes indoors, joins with the piano, ragtime piano, as original and tantalizingly beautiful a music as was ever invented. Hey, there's Lucky Roberts sitting over there now, tickling the keys and wishing that I'd quit talking. Lucky, you know, is an old master of ragtime and composer of many a ragtime hit, as well as more recent ones like the well-known Moonlight Cocktail. So here's Lucky to bring you 1897 and the world-famous Tiger Rag. But by 1905, the band started coming indoors. Other instruments, there's Baby Dodds on drums just came in. There's Wellman Bro on his string bass. Here comes Albert Nicholas in a moment, coming in on that clarinet. Here's George Bruni's on his trombone. And to complete the first dance jazz band, here's Kid Punch on his famous shiny trumpet. Here, walking in off the street with that big tuba is Cy St. Clair. So here in the early days of the 20th century, bands are springing up everywhere. They're playing at lawn parties and in the parks of New Orleans, out in the pavilions at Gretna across the wide Mississippi River, and at Milneburg out on the Lake Pontchartrain shore. These little bands, perfecting ragtime bit by bit into jazz, are all the rage. The Gibson Girl Bells, with their leg of mutton sleeves and their picture hats, and their bows and their tight box-back coats, they all go for this music in a big, big way. So we jump now to 1910, and we find jazz prospering as we drop into one of the many cabarets in the old Delta City. Yes, it's way down yonder in the land of dreams on Basin Street that dance jazz is beginning to grow up. So now it's 1910, and Basin Street Blues. And Kid Punch Miller, a real down-to-earth jazz singer, is going to scat sing it for you, too.
Basin Street in New Orleans, baby. White, dark folk me. Oh, Papa, buddy. Oh, New Orleans, the Basin Street, so sweet you see. I can't lose my blues, baby, down in New Orleans.
Men like the famous Louis Armstrong, Baby Dodds, and others are all climbing aboard that old riverboat, the steamer Sydney, to sail up the Mississippi River and play at St. Louis, Memphis, and all the other river towns. And by 1922, we find Baby Dodds and Louis joining that New Orleans trumpet king Joe Oliver in Chicago in one of the greatest outfits of all times, the original Creole Jazz Band. Jazz is a sensation in Chicago. That speakeasy money is flowing like water. And the North, which has never heard any music like this, loves it. So Kid Punch and his all-star group are now going to bring you Chicago 1922 and King Oliver's famous old hit, Dippermouth Blues.
Sing.
Well, other bands and players begin to flock north, out of New Orleans up to Chicago. Mr. Wellman Bro, our bassist, is already playing here. The original Dixieland Jazz Band is here, too. The New Orleans Rhythm Kings with George Brunies have just arrived. So, here in 1922 in Chicago, we find good jazz and plenty of it. Now, it's this way when real jazz is being played. all the young fellows want to play it, too. You know, it's their devotion and that of older players that is keeping jazz alive right today without a great deal of public or commercial support. So, back in those days in Chicago, the high school boys have all bought instruments, beginning to learn the hard way, but the only way. Among them are names that are going to be famous one day: Bix Beiderbecke, Frank Teschmacher, Joe Sullivan, Muggsy Spanier, Art Hodes, Mez Mesro, and the many others. The Chicagoans, who pattern their playing just as closely after the New Orleans style as they can, are making a music that is rougher and wilder than the New Orleans style, and it's different enough that it's been called Chicago style. So now Maxie Kaminsky, an adept Chicago style player, Bruni's, Mez Mesro, Chicago clarinetist and author of note, whose book, Really the Blues, is a current bestseller, Lucky Roberts, Wellman Bro, and Baby Dodds are ready now to give you Chicago 1924 and that all-time popular favorite, I Wish I Could Shimmy Like My Sister Kate.
Shimmy like Sister Kate. She shimmies just like jelly, jelly on the plate. Oh, my mama wanted to know last night why the boys treat Sister Kate so nice. Ha! Every boy in the neighborhood know Kate can shimmy and it's understood. Oh, I know I'm late. I'll be up to date when I shimmy like my Sister Kate. Hear me talking, boy, shimmy like my Sister Kate. Well, you can begin to see what a mecca for jazz Chicago was those 23 years ago. But music as good as that couldn't be sealed up in only two cities.
in New Orleans and Chicago. It just had to spread out, had to get itself heard. So it spread east and it spread west, and even crossed the oceans to pop up in Paris, in London, in Shanghai, even in Moscow. New Orleans jazz was really on top in those pre-swing days. Now, with time for this preview running short, we must skip to 1925, when that great, never-forgotten late Fats Waller, that great pianist-composer of Harlem, writes the music for a Broadway smash hit, Connie's Hot Chocolates. A number from this show was a sensation on the air and on records. Audience still ask for it. And Kid Punch and his boys will play it now for you. Ain't Misbehavin'. It has been our pleasure to bring you This is Jazz, a panoramic preview highlighted with scenes from the long, romantic history of American jazz. I feel sure that you, the American public, as you hear this music and come to know its history, will love it and will want to hear more of it. So I hope that we shall all meet again soon for a long, leisurely tour that will begin way down yonder in New Orleans.
Well, this is your host, Jock McGregor. That completes our test presentation of This is Jazz. The rest is up to you. I'd really appreciate it if you'd take time to drop me a line telling me how you'd like to hear a series of shows based on the program you've just heard, with great jazz players leisurely tracing for you the history of jazz, scene by colorful scene, from 1870 to 1947. So won't you please turn Radio Critic for a few minutes, jot down your feelings on This is Jazz, and mail them to me, Jock McGregor, in care of the Mutual Broadcasting System, 1440 Broadway, New York 18, New York. Your letters are very helpful, because they tell me what you like and what you don't. And that's the purpose of these shows, to find out what you want so we can give it to you. And to those of you who've written me so many letters about the shows we put on so far in this series, my very sincere thanks. So don't forget, next Saturday afternoon when the same time rolls around again, set your dial for Mutual and listen to another new radio show presented for your approval.
This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Chevrolet showroom across America. More and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful. The 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
This is Jim Fusco. The following broadcast over the National Broadcasting Company in a coast-to-coast network is being made on June 4th, 1947. The story is based on the Snook Hicks murder case of 1929. These recordings will be made during the actual broadcast over WLW Cincinnati. What's the matter? Hey, did I say there was nobody around? Yeah. I was wrong. Look, there, lying in the grass. She's dead.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to James E. Fusco of the Columbus Citizen goes the Pell Mell Award for The Big Story. Now the exciting and authentic story of the 13th Key.
By the time you, James Fusco, reporter for the Columbus Citizen, reached the rifle range at McKinley Avenue and Fisher Road, the crowd of police cars has drawn a cluster of curious citizenry. You push through their morbid mutterings, and your face, familiar to the law, is your own trespass. The coroner is at his work, kneeling.
Any identification, Coroner?
Not yet, Jimmy. Take a look for yourself. Maybe you know her.
Nobody I know.
She's pretty.
Was, you mean?
Was. What caused the cut in her throat?
Knife. Take a closer look.
Do I have to?
Look, Jimmy, I'm giving you a clue. Free for nothing.
Okay. What am I supposed to notice?
That's not just any cut. It's careful. Surgical.
Thanks for the tip.
Okay, boys, take her away.
All through, Coroner?
That's all for now, anyway.
Good afternoon, Mr. Drayle. How's the detective business?
Hiya, Jimmy. Well, plenty of it today. What brings you here?
Oh, I turn up at the best murders. Got any tips for me?
Not now. We've just... Hey, where are you going?
Nowhere. I just noticed something in the grass here. The sun was hitting it. Uh-huh.
Find something?
Yeah. It must have been lying under the girl's body.
It wouldn't by any chance be a key.
What made you ask that? It's a key ring.
Well, it must go with these. I found them scattered all around.
Keys, huh?
Yep, an even dozen.
Oh. I wonder where the 13th is.
How do you know there were 13?
Hey, don't start suspecting me, Steve. All I did was figure.
Well, let me in on this figuring.
Elementary, my dear Watson. I found the key ring. You found 12 keys. Put 12 and 1 together, and the conclusion is somebody took those keys off the ring to get at another key.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. 13 keys. But who took the key?
I know.
Who?
The murderer.
Your first stop is the nearest telephone. You give rewrite enough to make the first edition, whose 1 p.m. deadline you're riding. Your next stop is the mortuary. There you find Bill Dawson from your own paper. And automatically you compare notes.
You got the angle on the cut in her throat? As if it had been done by a doctor? Yes. And the keys scattered around? Yeah, that I got. Did you know the police had sent for the folks whose daughter's been missing, the Bellinis? No, I didn't know that. Well, they're coming over this...
Come in now, boys. She's laid out.
Okay, Andrew.
Here she is.
Bill? Yeah.
What?
Something I didn't notice at the rifle range. What's that? Her hands. Huh? Look at those long fingernails. The perfect manicure. So? So she couldn't be the Bellini girl. The Bellini girl worked in the laundry. This girl never worked with her hands.
You leave Bill Dawson at the morgue to wait for a possible identification. And you go back to the citizen office to write the roundup story. You're about 5 paragraphs down when the phone starts jumping.
Yeah?
Joe, this is Dawson. I got a present for you.
Let her rip.
The dead girl was just identified. She's Ellen Marion with a no, Johnson. That's S-T-O-N.
Nice going. Who is she?
You're going to love this. She was a second-year med student at Ohio State. She was 25.
Folks identify her?
Nope. They live down south. She was identified by 2 roommates who'd missed her for 2 days. Their names are Lenore Graham and Frances Eaton. And if you hotfoot it right over to apartment 2B above the millinery shop on Green Street, you'll catch them coming home.
But the question is, will they talk?
No, I will not answer any questions.
Francis, please.
You have some nerve coming here, Mr. Fusco. Lying in wait for us at the door of our own apartment, invading our privacy. Why don't you behave like a gentleman, even if you're not one, and scuttle back your filthy paper?
Please, Francis. She's awfully upset, Mr. Fusco, and so am I.
Miss Graham, please realize I'm only doing my job.
I know.
Your job?
Yes, Miss Eaton. It's my job to ask questions, to find out everything I can about your roommate.
Filthy morbid curiosity.
You don't have to insult him, Fran. He's just doing his job.
His job, his job. Why don't you just go away and leave us alone?
Because I'm a reporter. And believe me, I don't enjoy troubling you at a time like this any more than you like being troubled.
I don't think Mr. Fusco would do anything wrong.
All I want, Miss Graham, is a little information on your roommate, a picture if you have one, anything you can tell me about her folks.
You won't get anything out of me.
Miss Eaton, you make me say something I don't like to say.
Mr. Fusco, she doesn't mean anything. She's just terribly upset. We're both upset. Please, maybe if you come back tomorrow.
There's no tomorrow in the newspaper business, Miss Graham. And, Miss Eaton, I have this to say. I can go back to my office.
Why don't you then? Why don't
I can go back and write that you were too upset to talk about your friend.
If you'd only come back later.
Or I can write you refuse to reveal anything about her. They both mean the same thing, but they sound awfully different.
You wouldn't do a thing like that.
Believe me, I'm not digging for dirt in a girl's tragedy. I'm trying to find a line to a murder. If you'll only tell me one thing.
Nothing.
Just one thing. I think this is a love murder. And if you'll just tell me the names of the men she went out with.
She wasn't that kind of a girl. Lenore away.
Somebody maybe you didn't know about. Somebody she might have been seeing secretly. Somebody who wrote her love letters. Letters she might have left in her room. If you'll just let me take a look around.
Okay, sister.
Have it your way.
What? Mr. Fusco, you asked if Ellen Johnston had a boyfriend. Well, she did. You've got to find Louis Jack.
Why? Did they have a quarrel?
I can't tell you anything more. Just his name, Louis Jack.
Wait. What does he do? Is he a doctor?
Why, no. But he is a veterinary.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. Now, we return you to your narrator, Barry Kroger, and the big story.
Arrest you don't make with a press badge. So you turn the name of the murdered girl's boyfriend over to the law. They pick up Louis Jack fast, and you get to sit in on the quizzing.
When was the last time you saw Miss Johnston, Louis? Well, I had to go upstate last week to a veterinarian's field demonstration. Anthrax injections and anti-blackleg serums. That was last week around Friday.
The girl. When did you see the girl?
I'm trying to tell you. The demonstration was Friday, and I was supposed to get back that night. Only, well, you know how those things are. I always say the best laid plans of mice and men...
Look, Louis, I asked you a straight question. When did you see her last?
The day after I came back from the convention. Sunday. We went riding. I wanted to go to the movies because I'd had a very studious time, and I thought the movies would be fun, but she wanted to go riding.
So you quarreled?
Oh, no, just a lover's spat. You know how it is. You fuss about little things.
You were lovers?
Well, you know, sort of, kind of. We went out a lot together, you know.
I don't know. I'm trying to find out.
Why are you asking me all these questions? After all, I only went out with a girl. Gosh, you can't blame a fella for going out with a girl.
Louis.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to start all over again, right at the beginning. And, Louis, make the answers short.
Gosh, try. But could I ask a question first?
No, he's asking the questions. What is it?
Could I have a drink of water?
Holy cat! Sit there. Jimmy.
What?
What do you think? Could anybody be that dumb, or is he playing dopey?
I don't know, but I've got an idea.
Want to take a crack at the questioning? Think you can break him?
No. But why don't you take him to the morgue and make him look at her now? Detective and Louis, you get to the morgue just in time to find a stern-looking woman having an argument with the attendant.
Why can't I go in? Why can't I go in and see her?
Are you any kinder?
I told you no.
Are you the law?
Are you crazy? I told you I was her landlady.
You can't go in. You ought to be What are you trying to do? Collect back rent? Go on home, lady.
What's the trouble here, Andrew?
She wants to go look at the girl. Says she's her landlady.
What do you want to see her for?
Because I knew her and her husband both.
Her husband? You mean she lived with those two girls and her husband?
Who are you to be asking me questions?
Never mind him. Answer me. What's this about her husband?
And what about the two girls?
What two girls?
Lenore and Frances, the ones who lived with her upstairs over the millinery store.
Over the millinery? Look, you're crazy. I run a boarding house over on South Wilson Street. She never lived with no two girls. She lived with her husband.
Would you know him?
I sure would.
Louis, come here.
Yeah? What do you want?
All right, lady. Did you ever see this man before?
Never in my life.
Louis, did you ever see this woman before?
No, never. Why, did she kill Miss Johnston?
Shut up. Did either of you ever see her?
She's still beautiful.
You both knew her?
Yeah, that's her.
That's the girl who lived at your place as a married woman?
Yeah, that's her.
And that's the girl you went out with as a single girl?
Uh-huh. That's her.
Well, one of you is lying. Or she was.
Ma'am, what name did she give when she boarded with you?
That's right. What name did she give?
Why, their married name, of course. Mr. and Mrs. Ed Smith.
Ed Smith. What did he do?
Why, he never did say, but their comings and goings were awful odd. I know she studied over to the hospital, and I kind of figured the way he always carried a bag.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I just naturally figured he was a doctor.
It fits so well, the police let the bumbling boyfriend free with a warning to stay in town. And they start looking for Dr. Ed Smith. The landlady gives one clue to the identity of this obviously phony named gentleman. He drove a blue coupe, and this you add to your list of clues. You enumerate them, evaluate them, using Dawson as your foil.
Okay, Bill, here's how it shapes up now. We know she was leading a double life. That puts the finger on it as a love murder. Item 1, he was a doctor. Check. Item 2, he has the missing key. Check. Item 3, he drives a blue coupe. And item 4, he must have been familiar with a rifle range.
What?
Well, it's not an ordinary place to go with a girl. He must have been attracted to it somehow. And item 5.
Yeah.
Item 5, the landlady may be the key to the 13th key. Bill, I tell you what. I'm going to call on that landlady. Why don't you wait here and start checking the sports department clips?
What for?
Rifle matches, pistol matches, shooting meets. Look for contestants who are doctors, or even nicknamed Doc. This Dr. Smith, ma'am, when did you see him last?
Why, the day they found her body.
How'd that happen?
He come to turn in the key.
What key?
The key to their apartment.
The 13th key.
How's that?
Nothing. At about what time did he turn in the key?
Oh, round about the middle of the afternoon.
Did he say anything?
Yep. He said, here you are, ma'am. We won't be needing it anymore.
Why did he say that?
Because he said they was leaving town. He said they were... Say! Do you think he done it?
What do you think? Yep, for one thing. All we have to do is find a middle-aged doctor who drives a blue coupe and who frequents or is familiar with the rifle range. Now, what do you know?
Only what I found in the clips.
Anything?
It was just this. The former pistol champion of the United States competed in a match at the range the day before the body was found. His name is Lance Crackett. He lives here in Columbus. Known in pistol and rifle circles as Doc.
Why?
Because he's a doctor.
That must be him mowing the lawn.
Yeah. Dr. Crackett.
Yes?
I'm Steve Drayle, Columbus Police. This is Jim Fusco from the Citizen. Will you come with us, Doctor?
What for?
Questioning.
About what?
The murder of Miss Johnston. Did you know her?
Yes.
Better come along, Doctor.
Well, let me shave and tell my wife. Then I'll drive over.
I think you'd better come with us, Doctor. But you can tell your wife.
Hey, I'll be right out.
You certainly will. Because I'm coming in with you. Wait here, Jimmy.
It's funny how things get quiet and moody when they're hottest. This is the point you've been aiming at ever since you looked at the body with the carefully cut throat. And now, all you can do is think how nice a day it is. You chew a little piece of grass and study the green stains on the inside wheel of the lawnmower. Green stained wheel. It gives you an idea. You walk over to the garage attached to the doctor's house. You peer inside. You find a switch. There's a car there. It is a blue coupe. There is a stain on the seat. A red stain. You make a deal with the detective in return for the help you can give him. Yours is an afternoon paper, and if Drayle doesn't bring in the doctor right away, if he holds the story a little longer, it will be too late for the morning opposition. He agrees to that, and you borrow the doctor's car key. You make one stop, and then you make a phone call.
Citizen.
Bill Dawson?
Yeah.
Jimmy Fusco.
Oh.
Bill, I think we've got the killer. I'll dictate the whole story to you, but first let me set something with you.
Go ahead.
The doctor's car was just left at a lab to have a stain analyzed. I have an idea he'll deny it's blood. I want to confront him with the truth, if it is blood. So I'll dictate the story now. Go ahead and run it.
Okay.
And I'll call you back with the rest of the dope when the report's coming in. Now, if anybody wants me, I'll be looking up the landlady first, and then I'll be at police headquarters.
Check.
All right, ready? Here goes. Police today arrested Dr. Lance Crackett, physician and former pistol champion of the United States, for questioning in
connection with the murder of Miss
Jim, it's been 3 hours since we ran that story on Crackett's arrest. The desk is going crazy. We've been queried by the press services and everybody.
I know.
And what's more, some of the papers are carrying a denial of our extra. Jim, have you got the paper in our box? Have you gone crazy?
I don't think so.
Then where's the dick and the doctor?
Frankly,
Come on.
I don't know.
Finally, the detective escorts the doctor in the back way to the chief's office. He winks at you, the detective, that is, and finds time to whisper,
Did I do okay, Jimmy? Did I keep him out long enough? Did you? You almost lost us both our jobs.
They sit the doctor down. They ask him quiet, careful questions. Did he know the girl? Did he kill her? No. Did he date her? Yes. Was he a lover? No. Back and forth. Very quiet questioning, very calm answering. His case is airtight until you ask to have it held up a moment. Then you call in the landlady and ask.
Mrs. Hammett, is this the man who boarded with Miss Johnston?
Yes.
Is he the one who returned the key?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Doctor, you might as well tell us how it happened.
I will.
You killed her?
No. But I did have a date with her that night. She threatened to blackmail my wife and me if I didn't give her money.
So you killed her?
No. I remonstrated with her and said I'd raise the money. But she said she had to have it now.
So you killed her?
No, I argued and pleaded and promised and... Then I threw her out of the car and drove away.
After killing her?
No. Somebody else must have done that after I left.
That your story?
That is the truth.
Doctor, why did you return the key?
Because I wanted to end the whole business. I didn't want to use that apartment anymore.
There are only two things wrong with that explanation, Doctor. One is you couldn't have got that key ring from her without using force.
But I didn't get the key ring.
And the other is the time you returned the key. What time did you turn it in?
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
The day after your quarrel, the day her body was found?
That's right.
How'd you know she was dead?
I read it in the paper.
Are you sure?
Positive. I read it in the early edition.
You're sure of that?
Certainly.
Doctor, here's a clipping of my first story, the one from the early edition. Read it.
All right. Police were called Friday afternoon to the rifle range in Fisher Road near McKinley Avenue where...
Go on.
Where the unidentified body of a woman was found. Coroner Murphy was called. That's all.
You're right. That's all. Doctor, how did you know the body was that of your girlfriend when the paper carried no name? That story appeared on the streets at 1:30 o'clock. You returned the key at 2 o'clock. The extra identifying the body was not out until 5. How did you know the body was Miss Johnston?
I don't know.
You told the landlady you wouldn't be needing the key anymore. How did you know that, Doctor? How did you know? I'll tell you how. Because you were the only one who knew that early that she was dead.
You can't prove that.
Steve Dale speaking. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. That was it, Jim. The news we've been waiting for.
Good. What did you just say, Doctor? We can't prove you did it?
No, you can't prove it.
We can help. Get me Bill Dawson at the Citizen. Just listen in on my conversation with my paper, Dr. Crackett. Bill, about that laboratory test of the stain in the car. We just got the report. I can tell you in one word. Blood.
That does it. That's it. You've helped to apprehend a murderer. And you've got your big story.
just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from James Fusco. Now, here's that telegram sent by James Fusco of the Columbus Citizen.
Thank you for dramatizing my big story. Doctor was found guilty of murder in the first degree. Statements I took at killer's confession were introduced as evidence in trial. I received number 1 ticket to execution. Again, many thanks for a Pell Mell award.
Thank you, Mr. Fusco. The makers of Pell Mell famous cigarettes are proud to have named you winner of the Pell Mell $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism. Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pell Mell famous cigarettes will present another big story.
Billy Brown, the smoothest, coolest guy in town. The chicks all seem to dig his jive. Hey, tell us, Bill, how can we arrive? It's easy, Jack. Any gal gets sent. When you flash a smile by Pepsodent, you'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Pepsodent's new improved formula cleans teeth whiter than ever. Tastes brighter, too. New formula Pepsodent contains IMP. There's nothing else as good at getting teeth white.
You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Hello, friends. This is John Steele. And how are you tonight? Oh, is that so? Well, don't worry, we'll take care of that for you. Because this week, friends, we have another tale of adventure. This is one of those unusual stories, a yarn that leaves you doing some serious thinking, and a lot of wondering, too. So I suggest that you relax for a moment before I introduce this week's guests. The reason? A simple one. Once my friend Lou Cardone starts his story, you'll find it very difficult to relax. Well, enough of me. Here is Lou Cardone, a man with an aeroplane and ideas. Lou?
You've heard the old saw about strange bedfellows. Well, I've got one that really takes a cake. I guess it started right after I came home from the war. Been a fighter pilot with the 8th in England for 2.5 years and finally got relieved after my 71st mission. A little flak happy, but who wasn't? I couldn't settle down, still wanted that old excitement. One day I read in the paper where XGIs could pick up surplus ships for a song, and that started me thinking. Scraped up all I could, bought me a sweet little twin-engine trainer, and I was in business. Jobs was slow at first, but I wasn't fussy as long as there was money in it. Well, one day I was out in the hangar cleaning up the ship. Pressure went out on the hydraulic system the night before, and I had to crank the flaps and landing gear down by hand. I was checking to find a leak where I was losing pressure.
Are you Lou Cardone? Are you Lou Cardone?
Huh? Sorry, mister, can't hear you.
I said, are you Mr. Cardone?
Wait a minute. Hey, Cutter, Joe.
Jack.
Cutter! What did you say?
I said, you're Mr. Cardone, are you not?
Yeah, it's me.
I would like to talk to you.
Okay, mister.
No, I do not mean here, outside someplace.
Sorry, mister, I haven't got the time.
I assure you it will be worth your while.
Oh, that way, huh? Okay. Break it, Joe. Be back in a minute.
Right.
Follow me.
Thank you.
Didn't catch your name.
I didn't say it.
Well?
Gunther, Joseph Gunther.
Okay, Mr. Gunther, what's on your mind?
I hoped we could find someplace more private.
I've made a lot of deals standing right here.
Very well. I have followed your career with great interest, Mr. Cardone.
Get to the point.
You are a very capable young man.
Now, go on.
Your advertisement in the paper first attracted my attention.
Yeah?
The Anything Anyway airline.
That's just a name I got tagged with.
I went to the trouble of having you investigated.
Well?
By my own man, of course. We discovered several things of interest.
Such as?
On March 2nd, you loaded a cargo of bowls of assorted materials. Your destination was recorded as Municipal Airport, Chicago. At 5:30 on the afternoon of the 23rd, you landed at a small airport outside of Las Cruces, Mexico, and made delivery to a representative of Rogers Packing Company.
So what's wrong with flying material to Mexico?
Your cargo was not assorted materials. Rolled inside the bowls were art treasures, valued at over $100,000.
Your men are pretty efficient.
The order was placed to me. On the 18th, you loaded a cargo of canned food. Same destination and delivery.
Another of your orders?
Yes. Scattered through the cans and sealed inside them was over $1 million in jewels and precious stones.
Shall I go on?
You've made your point. What's next?
We had to be sure of our man, Mr. Cardone. Very sure.
The cargoes were delivered.
And you were well paid.
Well?
The next delivery is to Argentina.
Hey, that's a long hop. What's a cargo?
A man. Will 10,000 be enough?
Pretty important guy, eh?
Yes.
Why is he so hot?
Let us say he has disagreed with the authorities.
I like money, but I like free air, too.
20,000.
Argentina. It's a lot of open water flying. I'd need wing tanks. That means questions. I don't like it. You better find
I have gone this far, Mr. Cardone. I cannot take no for an answer.
You've got the wrong boy, Mr. Gunther. Sorry,
I don't like to have to point out that I have a complete record of your activities over the past year. The administration would find it interesting reading, I'm sure.
The publicity will look good on you, too.
I've been careful about that. You underestimate me.
So it's that way.
Yes.
20 grand?
When can you leave?
There's a lot to be done. End of the week.
No later. I will get in touch with you about the details.
Okay.
I knew you would see this my way, Mr. Cardone.
Yeah. I worked round the clock for the next few days, canceled all my other jobs, and just stuck close to the hangar. I'd have worked 30 hours a day for $20,000. A lot of the stuff could be done during daylight without starting too many questions, but I did most of the important work at night. It was the old excitement, just like the war days. I installed the wing tanks and checked the ship from stem to stern. Then I moved in all the equipment, picked up a 12-foot life raft, and was careful to see it was completely outfitted. Wasn't taking any chances. It was all set in 4 days. And Gunther phoned and set 5 o'clock the next morning as takeoff time.
You are punctual, Cardone.
20 grand, I'd miss my own funeral.
There's no time to waste. These are your passengers.
You said one.
It does not matter. There are 2.
Well, the ship's heavy as she stands.
It will make it.
But a woman,
I'm not afraid.
Okay, in you go. Here, let me help you.
I'm quite capable, thank you.
Have it your own way. Your turn, Mr.
Stender.
Can he talk?
The bandages, a precaution.
He must be hot. Now, bags next. This one stays too heavy.
It must go.
You want us to pile up at the end of the field?
Does not matter, Gunther.
Very well, madame.
I'll be back for my 20,000.
I will contact you when you return.
See that you do. You want to come up front for the takeoff, miss? Or is it, madam?
Miss Tauber. Yes, thank you. I would like that.
Oh, maybe this won't be such a bad jaunt after all.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. No. There, you sit in that one. You make it okay? Good. Hang on, Miss Tauber. Here we go. Wave goodbye to your boyfriend. Come on, baby, lift a little. Come on, sugar, act nice for Pappy.
Will we make it?
Your guess is as good as mine. Come on, you old hag. Gotta do better than this.
Watch out for those trees.
Oh, that's my sweetheart. Knew you wouldn't let me down. You ever have that funny feeling that you've seen or met a total stranger someplace before? That was my reaction to Stender the first time I saw him. I couldn't pin it down to any particular time or place. It wasn't anything as concrete as that. We'd been in the air for about 6 hours when I put the ship on automatic pilot and went aft. You comfortable, Mr. Stender?
Quite, Mr. Cardone.
Must be a relief to get those bandages off.
They serve their purpose.
The water looks beautiful from up here, like burnished metal.
I've seen that color before.
Where?
On the barrel of a rifle or a revolver, like Mr. Stender has under his jacket.
You think I am armed, Mr. Cardone?
The bottle's the only other thing make a bulge like that. You don't look like a drinking man.
You object, then, to my carrying a revolver?
Hadn't given it much thought.
But you object?
I don't have one.
Very well. You shall keep the cartridges. I shall hold the weapon.
How do I know that's all the shells you have?
In the same way that I know you are unarmed.
Okay.
You have done a great deal of flying, Mr. Cardon.
Enough?
You flew during the war.
Yeah.
Combat.
71 mission.
Pacific?
Europe.
So. Then you are responsible for the destruction of a great many German cities.
Not directly. I was a fighter pilot.
So? You have shot down many aircraft?
16 and 2 probables.
Probables?
Not recorded by my wing cameras.
You must have been well rewarded by your country.
Never thought of it that way.
I always found your army system of awards and decorations a bit amusing.
We did all right.
But then you weren't professional soldiers.
We won the war, didn't we?
Yes, you did.
The motors.
Sounds bad. If I can just get her to catch again. Gotta set her down. Back to your seats. Fasten your belts.
But I
Try
don't...
to lay her in easy.
Can you land
Get
over...
back to your seat. Lucky water's smooth. Hold her up a hair. Yeah, that's it. Now easy. Now easy. Hang on. Everyone comfortable?
Yes, thank you.
That's not the Queen Mary, but it'll keep afloat.
That was excellent flying, Godot.
Oh, we were lucky. If the water hadn't been
That was
smooth...
not luck. That was, what is it? Fate.
Maybe.
Did you have time to radio our position?
No.
But surely a ship will pass this way.
Regular shipping channels are about 150 miles west of us. I figure we're drifting about due southwest.
The sail will help some.
Yeah, if the weather holds, we might drift into shipping lanes in 10 to 12 days.
Have we enough food?
I stocked the raft for 2.
What does that mean?
Have to be careful. It won't be like the stork.
The stork?
Oh, nothing.
Do many aircraft fly this route?
Can't count on that.
No, I suppose they follow the shipping lanes, too.
That's right.
Well, we'll just have to make the best of it.
Sun is terribly hot.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me rub some ointment on your face.
You've thought of everything.
It's part of the crash equipment.
Is there enough?
We have 1 tube.
That is not very much.
Faces get tough in a few days. Won't need it then.
It is cooling.
You have a lovely face.
Covered with oil?
Even that way.
You should use some.
I don't need it.
Very charming, Mr. Cardon, if somewhat foolhardy.
Mr. Cardon was not trying to be charming.
Gallantry is a luxury he cannot afford.
That is contemptible.
The truth is often contemptible, Lisa.
You'd better use some, Stender.
Thank you.
Your face is quite white.
What do you mean, Cardon?
I don't know.
Are you implying that there is anything unusual about my face?
Why should I? Hey, when'd you eat last, beautiful?
4 o'clock this morning?
It's 12 hours.
Yes.
Okay, time for lunch,
I
huh?
can wait.
We'll eat now. Won't be much, though.
I am hungry.
Now, let's see. Must be something good on the menu.
I'll see if I can catch the waiter's eye.
They have very good steaks here.
I'm not really that hungry.
No? How about a nice third of a bar of chocolate, a biscuit, and a swallow of water?
That's exactly what I wanted.
Stender?
Thank you.
Oh. How's it taste?
Wonderful. I love that musty taste in the chocolate.
Army specialists worked years to develop it.
You're not eating, Mr. Stender.
I may have greater need of it tomorrow.
Maybe you won't need it at all. Tomorrow. The first few days weren't so bad, but after that it was pretty tough to take. The sun was blistering hot during the day, and we were chilled to the bone at night. We tried to keep the raft bailed out, but our clothes were always wet. By the 3rd day, our legs were covered with ugly sores from the salt water. The ointment was all gone by the 4th day, but it didn't matter much because our faces and arms were as tough and dry as leather. We set up a system of watches, so one of us would always be awake while the others slept. I was standing watch on the 6th night. The sea was calm and the moon was bright. Hungry?
A little.
You have to wait for Stender.
Yes.
Wouldn't be fair.
No.
Someday I'll buy you a whole cow.
Don't, Lou.
Sorry. He sure is a funny one.
Funny?
Peculiar. Keeps to himself so much.
That's the way he wants it to be.
He's learned a lot about me.
So have I.
I know nothing about him.
No.
Sometimes I want to hit him for no reason at all.
I know.
He never seems to be as hungry or as thirsty as we are.
He's more careful with his food.
Yeah. How can he sleep so well?
I don't know.
The minute he lies down, he's asleep.
He knows how to relax.
Doesn't anything bother him?
No.
I have the feeling he's laughing at me all the time.
You imagine that.
No, I don't. I'm not the kind of guy who goes around hitting people for no reason.
I know.
Someday how'd you get mixed up with him?
Please don't ask.
Family?
Yes.
Oh. Tell me about yourself, Lisa.
What do you want to know?
I don't know where you were born, what you were like when you were little, what you believe in. Anything, everything.
You sound like the immigration authorities.
Didn't mean to.
I was born in Vienna on August 8th, 1920, which makes me 28.
29.
Not till August.
Okay.
When I was 14, I was sent to live with my aunt in the United States and finished my education in American schools.
Lucky.
Why?
Because we can talk to each other.
I went back to Austria in the early days of the war.
Why?
I thought I should.
Go on.
The rest isn't nice.
I want to know.
It isn't important.
Okay. What do you believe in?
Myself.
That all?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I lost track of time. What difference did it make? As near as I could figure, we'd been in the raft for 10 or 11 days. It was close enough. Our water was almost gone. Our food supply was running low. We used the fishing lines from the crash kit every day, but nothing ever happened. Lisa showed the strain more than Stender and me, and I began sharing my chocolate and biscuits without her knowing. Stender knew and smiled. It was Stender's watch in the 11th day. I was sleeping lightly when I woke with a start and remembered the cartridges from his revolver. I slipped my hand into my pocket. They were gone. I had no idea how many days they'd been missing.
You've lost something, Cardone?
No.
I thought I saw you looking for...
It was nothing.
I must have imagined it then.
Yeah. Clouds ahead.
You've seen many such before. They never brought rain.
These are cumulus.
Cumulus?
Rain-bearing.
Perhaps.
If it only rain.
It would help.
Sorry we woke you, Lisa.
I was only half asleep.
You feel all right?
Yes.
Here, just wet your mouth with this.
You're getting careless, Cardone.
There's not enough, Lou.
Hey, take it.
Thank you. How is your sunburn?
It's okay.
You're lucky.
Why?
Your beard gives you some protection.
It's funny.
What, Lou?
No beard.
Do not understand.
Stender.
What do you mean, Cardone?
White skin. No beard.
You have suggested before that there's something unusual about my face.
Maybe there is.
I told you to forget.
It's all right, Lisa. I'm just beginning to wake up.
You're... How is it? Skating on thin ice, Cardon.
How would you say it in Germany?
These are dangerous words, Cardon.
I don't care.
No.
Leave us alone, Lisa.
It's raining.
We gotta have this out. Rain.
Rain.
So cool.
Good.
No, just a shower.
Think all I can.
The sail. Get the sail down.
Think.
The sail. Catch it in the sail.
Catch the sail.
Stretch it out.
Hold it, Kenty.
Yes.
Dip it a little, Stender. Look out, you're spilling it.
Now it's coming.
Oh. We were able to fill one canteen and a half, another before the rain stopped, but that was enough to keep us alive for a few more days. A lot of things were beginning to get straightened out in my mind. I was sure now that I'd seen Stender before. The peculiar whiteness of his skin and the lack of hair. Well, if that wasn't plastic surgery, I'd never seen it. I knew I had to be careful because he still had the revolver and the cartridges. It was the 14th or 15th day in the raft. I was half awake. Lisa was bending over me, shielding my face from the sun.
Mr. Stender says you've been sharing your food with me.
Huh? What'd you tell her that for?
I hoped she would see you for what you are.
It's true. It's true.
Now, don't waste your strength, Lisa.
Oh, silence, both of you.
No.
Silence.
What's the gun?
Silence.
No.
The bird.
What?
Up there, a bird.
Go.
If I can just
Don't shoot yet.
Getting closer.
Wait.
Circling.
Looking for food.
Coming down.
Not yet.
Sees us.
Yeah.
Coming for the raft.
Wait till he lands.
There.
Right on the raft.
Don't.
Careful.
One shot.
This if you hit the raft.
I am an excellent shot, Cardon.
Got him. Got him.
No.
Food, Lisa, food.
Never any doubt.
Yeah, lucky you had the gun.
The superior mind must do as it thinks best.
Got to take care of the bird.
I thought I detected a note of alarm, Cardon.
Huh?
Yeah, you thought perhaps I had some other use for the revolver?
No.
My imagination, perhaps.
You know what this means, Stender?
Means?
Yeah, the bird.
You're safe for another few days.
Besides that.
Well?
We're getting near shipping lane, Stender.
So?
We may get through this.
Yes.
First thing I do will be turn you in.
So?
One thing you can't stand. Be beaten.
You're talking bravely. Considering I have the revolver, my captain. Oh, was it Major?
Colonel Private. Or was it Corporal?
How long do you think you can stand this, Cardon?
As long as you can.
One must fall asleep in the end.
It'll be you.
I'm stronger than you.
Maybe.
I've been more careful with my food.
Yeah.
It's been what? 19 hours.
I guess so.
And now you are beginning to tire.
No.
Splash some water on your face. It will help keep you awake.
Shut up.
Look at Lisa. Lisa's sleeping. It would be so easy. Just close your eyes.
Shut up.
Your patience is wearing thin, Cardon.
You can't last forever.
You should not allow yourself to become so upset. It uses valuable energy.
I don't get it.
Get it?
This cat and mouse business.
Perhaps I am enjoying myself.
How?
Proving to you conclusively that I am your superior in every way.
So this is what it was all about.
About?
The war.
Your eyes are heavy, Caldon.
Huh?
You'll not last much longer.
Okay.
Another hour at the most.
Shut up,
So easy. Just close eyes. Never wake up.
No, you give food.
It's all right, Lisa.
Give water.
Here, baby. Drink this.
Give food. Give
You
water.
could use that water more than she.
Give food. Give water.
Can't last forever.
Give food.
Not
Give
in.
water.
All right.
Eyes heavy.
Schweinhund.
Give food.
Can't last forever.
Superior.
Gonna get the gun.
Stay back.
Give food.
Gonna beat you.
Superior.
Gonna turn you in. Alive.
Superior.
Gonna beat you. Beat you. Beat you. Gotta get gun. Get gun. Got it. Got it. Gotta throw it. Throw it. You and me now. You and me. Beat you, Superman. Beat you. Whistle. Heard whistle. Can't see. Whistle. Ship must be ship. Ship. There's a stand. Ship. There's ship. Stand up. Stand up. A ship. American.
American.
He's coming out of it. Take it easy, son. Here. Drink this. Everything's all right.
Thanks.
Lie back and rest, son. You're going to be all right.
Lisa. Lisa.
She's safe, too. You're going to be okay.
Where am I?
On board my ship. I'm John Steele, skipper.
Oh. Lisa's safe?
Yes. You're both coming along fine.
Both?
Lucky we picked the two of you up when we did.
Two?
Yes. You were both unconscious when we got to you.
Two?
Yes. It's a funny thing. When I first picked you up with my glasses, I thought I saw 3 people in the raft. When we got close enough to lower a boat, there was just you and the girl.
Couldn't take a beating.
Pardon?
Nothing.
Yes. Now, you just lie back and take it easy.
Yeah.
Oh, just one thing more.
Yeah?
I've been holding up my radiogram till you came around.
Yeah?
Any casualties to report?
No. No casualties.
No. I didn't think so. By the way, we found this in your pocket. Thought you might like to have it.
Oh, what is it?
A ring.
Oh, thanks.
Indian good luck charm. Isn't it?
Yeah. Superman.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
It's time to smile. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours playing I'm Nobody's Baby. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we take you to Madame Lazonga's School of Dance, where manager Bud Abbott is trying to make an easy mark of Lou Costello. And here they are, the stars of our show, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, step right in, folks. Madame Lazonga's School of Dance. 6 easy lessons, 50 beautiful hostesses. Say there, neighbor. How would you like to dance with a pretty girl?
Oh, not me, kid. I just had a terrible accident.
No.
Yeah, my car upset. And if I don't turn it over, my wife is going to be mad at me.
Well, why don't you dance with the pretty girls first? Then you can turn your car over.
Oh, no. I got to do it now, or my wife won't like it.
Look, I'll explain it to your wife. Where is she?
She's under the car.
Oh, my goodness. Where did the accident happen?
Hey, see that car across the street?
Right across the street?
Yeah. See that wreck over there?
Yes. Is that your car?
No, that's my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah, the car is the one with my wife's dress wrapped around it.
Oh, I see.
Fits perfectly, don't it?
Look, wait a minute. Look, if you had an accident, why didn't you call a policeman?
Why didn't I call a policeman?
Yes.
Because I hit one.
Yeah, you mean you hit a policeman in uniform?
No, I hit him in a patrol car.
Wait a minute. Did he recognize you?
Well, what'd you say?
Could he swear to you?
Yeah, he could swear to me, and I swear right back at him.
Well, you shouldn't have done that. You should speak softly to a policeman.
I did, but he heard me.
Quiet now. Look, all right, I'll tell you what to do. Step right in and meet Madame Lazonga. But be careful how you talk. She's very hoity-toity.
Hey, is that her over there?
That's her.
She may be hoity, but she'll never see toity again. Ah, mademoiselle, I kiss your hand. Oh, such a warm kiss. Why does it burn me so? I forgot to take the cigar out of my mouth. Ah, madame, you have beautiful hands. Beautiful hands. Gorgeous, they're just like petals.
Rose petals?
Nah, bicycle pedals.
Now, skip it. Now, Madame is ready to teach you La Conga.
Yes, come let me put my arm around your waist like this.
Oh. Oh.
Now, wait a minute, neighbor. Wait a minute. Are you getting a trifle emotional?
Emotional nothing. She's standing on my foot. Get off. I thought you told me she could do the La Conga.
Oh, certainly. But usually when I do La Conga, I wear a native sash around my waist.
Size 48, ain't it?
Yeah, how did you know?
I used to put the saddle on War Rat Move.
No. Come here.
She's peeved.
I know, look. Now, these lessons are 10 cents each or 3 for $1. How about it?
Or
Okay?
3 for $1?
All right.
Well, I'm no sucker. Come on, I'll take the 3 for $1.
Give me the $1.
I'll take it.
There you
There
are.
you
Now
are.
we're all set.
Right.
All set for the first lesson. Are you ready?
Right.
Position. Music. Lesson's over.
What kind of lesson was that?
Now, don't get excited. Now, lesson number 2. Are you ready? Position. Music.
Oh, Mr. Costello, you dance divinely.
I'm not even out of the first position yet. I dance divinely.
You heard the lady.
You should see me when I get a chance to use my yada foot.
All right. Look, neighbor, what do you want to do? Tire yourself out?
Ah, who's getting tired? Come on, will you? I want to do some dancing or something here.
I know, but you shouldn't get tired of these
Look,
things.
you said like this. You said, music, the band went ta-ta-ta, ka-plunk. over.
Oh.
I hate you and Vince Stevens.
All right, the band wins. Ta-ta-ta.
Yeah, I heard it.
Well, that'll be $1 extra.
For what?
For listening to the music.
Oh. Look, what do you want me to do? You want me to pay for the guy's union cards?
Now, wait a minute. Now, that's a fine remark to make. You come to my dancing school, I furnish a wonderful orchestra, I give you the benefit of Madame Lazanga's time and talent, and when it's all over, you can't even lift a foot off the floor.
Oh, I'm a wallflower.
Now, you're telling me.
I'm a bad boy.
Well, why don't you do something about it?
I did. I just wrote myself a nasty letter.
Yeah? What did you say in it?
I won't know till I get it tomorrow.
Well, you should be spanked to impress your mistakes on your mind.
Don't you think that's going about it in a roundabout way?
Oh, come on. What's the use of talking to you? You're dizzy.
I think I am, too.
Yeah, I know it.
I don't know what's happening to me
I
lately.
wonder.
I'm getting awful dizzy.
What do you mean?
I'm getting spells.
Spells?
Just the other day, I walked into the World's Fair. I went in the place, and everything swam before my eyes.
Where did this happen?
At the Aquacade.
Oh, Benet Venuta, before you sing your first song, will you come over here a minute, please?
Well, certainly, Harry. What for?
Well, I just thought that since none of our listeners can see how lovely you are, if I could just tell them what you look like, then when you sang...
Yeah, they could quick hide the children so they wouldn't be frightened out of a night's sleep.
Oh, no, now, wait, don't you go getting modest on my hands, Benet. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Venuta's attractive figure tonight is sporting a very nice-looking outfit.
Harry, it's not worth talking about.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, then it's thanks to my dressmaker.
Yeah, well, all right. Benet also has a very cute hairdo.
Thanks to my hairdresser.
And she has a very attractive smile.
Thanks to Ipana toothpaste and massage. And, Harry, that's something really worth talking about.
Yes, well, enough people are talking about Ipana Benet and using it to make it the largest-selling toothpaste in America today. And the reason for that popularity, ladies and gentlemen, is just as plain as the nose on my face. A winning smile, the kind of a smile we all want, depends not only upon sparkling teeth, but upon firm, healthy gums as well. And the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays do not give our gums the work they need to keep them firm and healthy. So they often become soft and more susceptible to trouble. That's why so many dentists suggest massage with Ipana toothpaste. Just follow this easy, modern routine.
Every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or your fingertip and massage it on your gums.
In that way, you help promote firm, healthy gums as well as sparkling, lustrous teeth. And you do it with the toothpaste so many dentists use themselves. For in the 1940 National Survey, it was found that Ipana is personally used by twice as many dentists as any other dental preparation, paste, powder, or liquid. Now make their choice your choice. Start massaging with Ipana toothpaste tomorrow. Our lovely singing star, Benet Venuta, steps to the microphone to give us her own interpretation of St. Louis Blues.
I hate to see the evening sun go down. I hate to see the evening sun go down. 'Cause my baby, he's left this town. St. Louis woman with her diamond ring pulls that man around by her apron string. Burns for powder and for store-bought hair. For the man I love would not have gone nowhere, nowhere. Got the St. Louis blues, just as blue as I can be. That man's got a heart like a rock cast in the sea. Oh, else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. Oh, got the blues, got the blues. Got the mean St. Louis blues. That man's got a heart like a rock cast in the sea. Or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. A red-headed woman makes a good man leave this town. I said a red-headed woman makes a good man leave this town. But a blonde-headed woman makes a fella slap his happy dog. Oh, I love that man like a schoolboy loves his pie. Like a Kentucky colonel loves his rock and roll. And I love that man. I love him till the day I
Ladies and gentlemen, last week Abbott and Costello formed the Wackyville Film Company and presented their first effort, The Life of Daniel Boone. Tonight we present their second colossal flop, a swashbuckling saga of the high seas entitled Christopher Columbus. With Lou Costello as Christopher Columbus, Bud Abbott as Vespucius, Benet Venuta will play the Queen, I will play the King, and Peter Van Steeden will play the Ace.
Men, we need hardy sailors to make this pearl voyage to America. Seamen, step forward and state your experience.
King's Fleet, Naval Base.
Captain Kidd's Pirates, Marine Base.
Brooklyn Dodgers, third base.
All right. Columbus, stop fooling. Now, if you're going to discover America, we've got to get started. Did you get any information from the Bureau of Navigation?
No, sir. I kept asking the guy what kind of weather we was going to have for sailing. And all the guy kept saying hello to another guy that wasn't even there.
What are you talking about?
He kept saying to another, hiya, Tide. You know there's nobody around named Tide.
No. The man meant tide was high.
All right, so Tide was high. The guy will sober up in the morning.
Look, I'm trying to find out about weather conditions. Suppose you're 200 miles out to sea. What happens if you run into a squall?
Suppose we're 200 miles out of sea, we run into a squall.
Yes.
How you gonna run into an Indian's wife in the middle of the ocean?
No, you don't understand.
You know what I'm worried about?
Why?
Octopuses.
Octopuses?
Yeah, that's a fish with 8 faces.
How do you figure that out?
Well, octo is 8.
Yes.
And a puss is a puss.
Oh, come on. Please, that's enough, Costello. I mean, Columbus. It's the King.
It's the King?
It's the King.
Uh-oh. I better hide. Last night I sneaked into the King's castle before the drawbridges was up. And the King's mad about it.
Why should he be mad?
I caught him with his bridges down.
All right, quiet. Quiet, Costello. I mean, Columbus. Here's the King.
Huh? So you're Columbus.
Yes, sir.
I've heard about you. You're in love with my wife. Every night you've been coming to my Queen and asking her to let you press your suit.
That's a lie. I only asked her to wash a couple of my shirts.
Wait a minute. You asked the Queen to wash your shirts?
Yes, sir.
Queen Isabella of Castile?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
No soap. That's you.
Irregardless. Nevertheless, Christopher Columbus, as captain of the Castilian Navy, I'm going to make you my first mate.
You're gonna make me your first mate?
I am, yes.
Oh, Kingy, I'm gonna be your first mate. Are you sure you won't get tired of me?
Bosh!
I thought that was going to be much better.
We all thought so. Well, I must be getting back to my palace to look over an important paper.
But, Your Majesty, why are you so anxious to look over some paper?
I gotta see how Dick Tracy's coming out with the Yokoyama.
Yeah. Oh, the Queen. The Queen.
Hey, Abbott, give me a rock.
Quiet. That's the Queen. What a beautiful voice.
She sings like a bird.
What kind of a bird?
A stool pigeon. Chrissy, who you hissing? That's me. Hey, Queen Izzy. Come here. Oh, tonight, Queen Izzy, you are glamorous. What makes you so beautiful?
Well, every day I bathe in milk.
Do you mind if I ask you something personal?
What?
How do you get in a bottle?
Oh, Christopher, I brought you my jewels. Here's my platinum coronet, my diamond rings, my sapphire brooch, my emerald bracelets, my pearl necklace.
Ah, gee whiz.
Christopher, why are you crying?
I want a Mickey Mouse wristwatch.
Christopher, don't cry. I want to remember you as a gay, brave adventurer. Before you go, let us have one last dance. Okay, kid. Oh, come on. Get out of here.
Come on, Columbus. Behave yourself, Columbus. If you're going to discover America, we'd better hurry. The barometer's falling.
Well, pick it up and let's get going.
All right, come on. Pull up that anchor.
Okay.
Wait a minute, hey. And stop throwing your clothes through that porthole.
Porthole?
Yes.
I thought it was a little closet.
No.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
What are all those guys over there?
Vespucius.
Oh, Vespucius?
Yes.
What are all those guys over there working on in the shipyard?
That's a hull of a boat.
You're telling me. What are those guys working on?
4 days later.
Columbus. 4 days out and we're making wonderful time.
Hey, Abbott, how many miles an hour does this boat go?
She doesn't go miles, she goes knots.
How do you like that? Of all the boats I got to discover America, I got to pick one that goes nuts.
No. No, knots are nautical miles. If you ask a sailor how fast the boat is going, he won't tell you miles.
No?
He'll say knots.
And I'll say nuts right back to him.
No.
Was he a fresh guy?
No, keep quiet. This is a wonderful boat. It has nice sleeping quarters, a fine dining room. Did you get a look at the officers' mess?
No, I didn't see anybody's wife on board.
No.
Maybe she's in the front of the boat.
Columbus, you mean forward. Forward is in the front of the boat. Aft is in the back. The starboard is on the side. Now, where's the port?
In a bottle in the icebox.
You're a fine sailor to send out to discover America. What would you do if you woke up in the middle of the night and found the boat leaking?
What would I do if I found a boat leaking?
Yes.
In the middle of the night?
Yes.
I'd put a pan under it and go back to bed.
No. Here, let's put it this way. Suppose there's a hole in the side of the boat. A hole in the side of the boat. Now, get it right. And the water's rushing in. What would you do?
I'd bore a hole in the other side and let it rush out.
October 12th, 1492. The intrepid navigator Columbus lands in America, where he is greeted by the Indians.
Hello, Chief. I'm Vespucius. I want to buy some land.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
If I was you, don't buy any of this dirt around here.
Why?
It's no good.
What do you mean it's no good?
It's got worms in it.
No, come on. Talk sense. We're over here to get land.
Okay, Chief. Tell you what I would do. I want to buy Manhattan Isle.
How much?
Is that your line? Oh, excuse me. Okay. I'll pay you $24.
Sold.
I'll also give you a bottle of rum.
What is bottle of rum for?
Brooklyn.
Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours bring us the title song from the Broadway success Louisiana Purchase. Presenting the Whack of the Week. Once again, we come to that part of the program wherein Messrs. Abbott and Costello interview the mental giants of our time. Each week, we bring to our listeners a unique personality, someone whose creative ideas are richly deserving of public acclaim. Tonight's genius is a woman, a style creator, whose radical ideas on women's clothes threaten to revolutionize the world of fashion. She is the author of the book, Phooey on Fashion. And here she is, Miss Nancy Barton.
Good evening, Miss Barton. You know, Mr. Costello's told me that your very book is very helpful.
Oh, really? But, Mr. Costello, my book is for women. How could it possibly be helpful to you?
Well, I got a short leg on my kitchen table, and your book just fits under it.
All right, now, quiet.
What are you going to do, make trouble?
Now, never mind. Miss Barton, would you mind telling us some of your ideas on women's clothes?
Oh, no, not at all, not at all. Too many women are like sheep. They copy dresses of debutantes and other celebrities without regard to their own personalities. Now, this fails to express individuality and frequently results in poor color harmony.
Color harmony? What's that?
It's very simple, Mr. Costello. For instance, if you were carrying a pink handbag, you wouldn't wear a green dress now, would you?
Oh, I wouldn't dare. Heaven forbid. What would the neighbors say? Why, I'd be the laughing stock of my sewing circle.
Mr. Costello. You mean you belong to a sewing circle?
Oh, yes. I just whipped up a swell dress for my wife.
Costello, you made the dress yourself without having your wife with you? How did you guess her size?
Oh, I tried it on a beer barrel. Yes, I did. And then I took it home and I put it on my wife.
Yes, and how did it look?
It looked better on the beer barrel.
Well, what kind of a dress was it? I mean, was it satin?
Satin? It looked like somebody slept in it.
Well, from what you say, I take it Mrs. Costello is just a little overweight.
A little overweight. Listen, when Abbott gets on a scale, it says 135. When I get on a scale, it says 189. When my wife gets on a scale, it says one at a time. One at a time.
Tell me, Mr. Costello, where does she have all this extra weight?
Well, if the bustle ever comes back, she won't have to buy one.
Well, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Mr. Costello, but I'm afraid your wife wouldn't look good in any kind of a dress.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Red. Why, when she wears a sleeveless gown, people admire her. They stand up and cheer.
Now, that's ridiculous. Why should people stand up and cheer when they see your wife in a sleeveless gown?
She's got an American flag tattooed on her arm.
All right.
Mr. Costello, your wife must be very patriotic.
I'll say she is. She's got another tattoo on her back, a map of North America. Every time she takes a deep breath, Mexico joins the Union. We're doing good.
Yeah, look, forget your wife. Miss Barton, I understand that you recently designed a sensational costume called Futuristic Fantasy, which is to be exhibited at the World's Fair. Am I right?
Yes, you're quite right. It throws all convention to the winds. You see, I took one of my models, and I covered her with a veritable splurge of color. One dress and hat are rainbow color. Now, one shoe is blue and the other is yellow. The left side of her hair is dyed green, while the right side is purple.
It's remarkable. Have you ever seen anything like that, Costello?
Not since I gave up drinking.
Oh, no. It doesn't look as bad as it sounds. It's really a dream.
A dream? Mm-hmm. Don't kid me, lady. That's a nightmare. In Technicolor.
Now, furthermore, the hat is quite chic. It has 3 roses with a ribbon on the side. Could you think of anything more attractive?
Yeah, 4 roses with a chaser on the side. That's even more attractive to men. Especially if he's a musician.
All right.
Especially if he's in Van Steven's band.
All right, we'll forget
Especially if he's Van Stevens.
Well, all right, never mind.
Especially if he's Van.
Yes.
Especially if.
Yes.
Especially.
All right, now...
I ain't got any more.
All right, well, keep quiet. We're supposed to be discussing clothes.
Okay. Miss Barton, what do you think I ought to wear at a dinner party tomorrow night?
Well, now, that depends. Is it a catered affair? I mean, is it being arranged by a caterer?
Well, a what?
Caterer. Look, when we had that party at my house last week, who supplied the food?
Salvation Army.
Mr. Costello, if this party you're going to is informal, you can wear your tweed.
Why, sure. I can wear my what?
Your tweed, Costello. Your tweed.
I think you're tweed, too.
No.
Kiss me?
Now, never mind that. Now, let's get back to Miss Barton.
Oh, thank you. You know, Mr. Abbott, there are other things besides clothes that contribute to the charm of a woman. For instance, milady must be careful to choose a perfume in keeping with her personality. Mr. Costello, does your wife like things scented?
No, she just has them wrapped up, carries them home herself.
I am talking about perfume, Shorty. Every woman has a favorite brand. You think your wife would care for my sin?
No, ma'am. She don't care what you do.
No. My sin is perfume.
All right. Some people's is drinking, some is gambling, so your sin is perfume.
No.
If I was you, I wouldn't go around bragging about it.
Look, talk sense, please. My sin is an expensive perfume, but my wife likes Cody Sheep.
What a coincidence. My wife likes McGarrett's goat.
McGarrett's goat? Oh, I have never been so insulted. As far as I'm concerned, this interview is at an end.
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Now, you see, Miss Barton walked out on it. And there's thousands of women listening in who expected to get style. Information on
That's all right,
style.
Abbott. From now on, I'll take care of it. I'm going to tell the women all over the nation what to wear.
You better.
Ladies, dear ladies, have you lost your ump? Is your husband cold to you because you have no allure? He is the rat. But I'll tell you what to do. Go out and buy yourself a bleary bolero and a chic little hat trimmed with panting petunias and drooping daisies. Next, put a dab of perfume behind each ear. Personally, I prefer canal number 5. And after that, have your nails done over in the latest color, a gruesome green. Then when you're looking your best and you're just adorable and fascinating, send for me.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, I'd like to ask a question.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't ask me any questions.
I beg your pardon. Who are you, sir?
I am a victim. That's what I am, a victim of quiz programs.
Oh.
Every time I go to see a radio show, somebody shoves a microphone under my nose and starts asking me questions. What's your name? What do you do? All I do is answer. I'm tired of it. Tonight, I'm going to ask a few questions. What's your name?
Harry Von Zell.
What do you do?
Well, I try to make people understand how much sal hepatica will help them when...
What's sal hepatica?
It's a famous sparkling saline you should take any time and every time you need a laxative.
Why?
Well, simply because it helps you feel better faster. You see, sal hepatica is a quick-acting laxative, yet it's very gentle. And besides, it also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, chases that sickish feeling fast.
Well, I guess you've answered all my questions.
Yes, and you'll find that sal hepatica will ideally answer almost everyone's question as to what laxative to take. So get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist and see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, quick-acting sal hepatica.
Hey, young fellow with that sour-looking foot.
Now, please don't pick on me, Benet.
All right, Harry, but must you stand there with that sour-looking foot?
Well, I have had an awful day.
Well, what happened?
Well, I wrecked my car this morning. The coffee burnt my tongue. The bank called me for money, and my nerves are all unstrung.
Shame.
The laundry ruined my Palm Beach suit. The neighbors stole my bumper suit, and it rained.
It rained?
Yeah, it rained.
Oh, Harry, stop hiding behind a pillow. Whenever the dawn looks gray, get up, and meet the sun halfway. There may be a fortune waiting, or maybe an egg souffle. Get up, and meet the sun halfway. Get into the tub, and as you begin to rub and scrub you out with your version of the road to Mandalay. Don't ever expect the bright side. Serves up to you on a tray. Get up, and meet the sun halfway. Stop hiding behind a pillow whenever the dawn looks gray. Get up, meet the sun halfway. There may be a fortune waiting, or maybe an egg souffle. Get up, meet the sun halfway. Get into the tub, and then you begin to rub and scrub you out with your version of Ebony. Don't ever expect the bright side. Serves up to you on a tray. Get out of bed, you sleepyhead. Meet the sun halfway.
We're a little late, so join us next week, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time. Transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the decoy.
Long ago, Tarzan had learned to hate the Tarmangani, the dread white men who came with their thunder sticks to cheat and rob and kill. Nor had he any great love for the Gomangani, the black men. But his need for human companionship was beginning to make itself felt. And for many months he'd remained in the camp of the Punya tribe, teaching the lore of the jungle to Torgo, the small native boy.
Torgo's arrow hit the target, right in the middle.
That was a fine shot, Torgo. You learn quickly.
Now Torgo be great hunter. Bring home much meat and many skins. Torgo leave for forest now.
Torgo, come back here.
You want me for something, Tarzan?
Sit down. Sit down. Here, Torgo, on this rock.
Yes, Tarzan.
Torgo, someday you will be a great hunter. But now you're only a very small boy who's just beginning to learn the secrets of the jungle.
Torgo hit the target.
Yes, a target stuffed with grass and leaves. But in the forest, you will find targets that move quickly, that have inside them not grass and leaves, but treachery and cunning and great strength. There will be many lessons before you can go into the jungle alone.
But Torgo wants to hunt Numa the lion and bring home the skin for his mother.
I have a new game, Torgo, if you aren't too old for games.
A new game?
Yes. We will tie a long rope to Manu, the monkey, and at the end of the rope we will tie the target. Then, as Manu runs, we can pretend that the target is Numa, the lion, fleeing from our arrows. Doesn't that sound like fun?
Yes, I guess so.
And if you hit the moving target, Torgo, you will have learned something new, and Tarzan will go into the jungle and bring you back a prize. Perhaps a lion skin to give your mother.
But if Tarzan and the small Torgo were engaged in a harmless game, the game that was being planned in a small cafe in Nairobi, in the Kenya country, was far from harmless. There, Varian, the wild animal agent, sat at a corner table in the foul-smelling, dimly lighted room. As he sipped slowly from his glass, he scowled at the huge hunter who sat opposite him.
I can't stand stupidity, Hammett, and you're stupid.
You can't talk to me that way, Varian.
I think I can, since I'm the only one who'll take the injured animals you bring back from the jungle.
Can I help it if some of the elephants get hurt when they drop into the pitfalls? You sell them, don't you?
Only because I find new buyers each time. And right now I have a market for 100 perfect bull elephants.
Where am I going to get 100 perfect specimens?
I'm going along this time, Hammett. And we're going to bring them back from the Punya country.
That's Tarzan's country. He'll never let us get 100 elephants out, Varian.
Tarzan's not going to have anything to say about it. Because, you see, I plan on capturing him, too. He'll make quite an attraction in some sideshow.
Don't make me laugh. You've got as much chance of capturing Tarzan as you have of getting 100 elephants without injuring any of them.
I admit that the odds would be very low were you directing the hunt, Hammett. But I intend to use cunning in place of brute force.
How do you mean?
You've been capturing elephants by building pitfalls. Is that not right, Mr. Hammett?
Of course it's right. You know that.
Stupid as you are, you probably haven't even heard of building a great keddah for them.
A keddah?
A stockade, a corral, big enough to hold 100 huge bull elephants.
And after we've got it built, we send the bulls an invitation to come in. Huh, Varian?
In a way. We use specially trained, tame female elephants who have been schooled in the art of luring the bulls into the enclosure.
Yeah. Come to think of it, I have heard of that system. But what about Tarzan?
I'm going to use a lure or a decoy to capture not only the elephants, but also the mighty Tarzan.
Huh?
The decoy with which I plan to lure Tarzan is my daughter, Zaira.
What?
I think you'll agree that Zaira's beautiful.
She's gorgeous.
And clever and ruthless. Just as the tame female elephants have been trained for their job, so have I trained Zaira.
It's the craziest thing I ever heard of.
I take that as a compliment, Hammett. For only by a fantastically mad plot can Tarzan ever be captured. Rest assured, my stupid friend, that when we return to civilization, we shall have the mighty Tarzan in chains.
We shall return in just a moment with the story of Tarzan and the Decoy. A few days later, a mighty safari set out from Nairobi. A troop of vicious native askari with guns strapped to their backs. Gimlet-eyed mahouts leading the decoy elephants, huge cages, and near the end of the bizarre parade, surrounded by giant Senegalese guards, came a great metal-covered wagon. Inside were the masters of the safari, Hammett and Varin, and the excitingly beautiful Zaira.
Oh, this heat's unbearable already. Hammett, get me something cool to drink.
Okay, Zaira.
Miss Varin, if you don't mind.
I was just being nice. I'm not your servant, Miss Varin.
Get her to drink, Hammett, and address her the way she said, and without sarcasm.
I'm darned if I will.
There! Maybe that'll teach you some manners.
You slapped me.
Next time I'll call the guards to do it. They get their pay from me, and I think they'll do what I tell them. Now, get my daughter the drink she asked for.
All right. Here you are, Miss Varin.
Thank you, Hammett. I didn't really mean to start a fuss. I guess the heat makes us all a little ill-tempered.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Here, sit down by me. Tell me you do forgive me.
Don't waste words on that fool, Zaira, and save your charm for Tarzan. He'll be worth a fortune to us when we bring him back.
Don't worry, Father. I won't fail you.
Weeks followed weeks, and the safari came closer and closer to the land of the Punya tribe. But Tarzan was unaware of the coming of the dread Tarmangani, the white men. He sat alone in the native compound. The Waziri were away on a hunting trip. The women were out searching for dye roots, and small Torgo, armed with his bow and arrows, had wandered toward a nearby riverbed. Suddenly the ape-man's nostrils twitched. His keen senses came alive. He had caught the scent of Numa, the lion. He rushed toward the riverbed, but Torgo was gone. The grass was still bent where the native boy had been sitting, and Tarzan followed the spoor from there. It led in the same direction from which Tarzan had sensed the coming of Numa.
Torgo! Torgo!
Tarzan ran through the forest, approaching rapidly the roar of the lion and the scent of the native boy. And then suddenly he came into a small clearing. 20 feet in front of Tarzan stood a ferocious lion, and just beyond the lion stood Torgo, trying to hold his toy-like bow steady as he aimed his arrow.
No, Torgo, no, don't shoot at Numa.
Yes, Torgo, shoot.
No, you'll only wound him.
Tarzan grasped a hanging vine and swung upward, then leaped from tree to tree, approaching the snarling animal. He was just overhead when Torgo let go an arrow. The animal opened his cavernous mouth with rage. He crouched lower, then sprang. And at the same moment, Tarzan leaped down, his knife flashing in his hand. He caught the lion in midair, circling its throat with one steel-corded arm, and with the other he plunged the knife deep into the lion's brain. Again, and again, and again. Then Tarzan put one foot on the dead animal and raised his head in the gesture of the victorious aboriginal ape.
Yes. We killed Numa.
Mother be proud of Torgo. Now we skin him and take home meat and fur.
It's not far to the village. I'll throw Numa over my shoulder, and your father can skin him when he returns home.
Torgo is very brave. He heard Numa in the forest, and he ran to find him. Torgo ran so hard his legs hurt.
When Torgo's mother hears about this, some other part of Torgo is going to hurt.
Oh, Tarzan, you treat Torgo like a tiny balu. Torgo not a baby.
No, you're a fine little man, and I want you to live to be a fine big man. The jungle is alive with dangers of all kinds.
But Numa is dead. Torgo's arrow killed him. Tarzan's knife helped, though.
Numa has many brothers and sisters in the jungle. And Sheeta, the panther, hunts for food. So does Dango, the hyena, and Gimla, the crocodile, and many other fierce beasts.
I don't see them now.
Our enemies seldom reveal their coming, Torgo. And yet, for one raised by the apes, the scent of distant animals comes from afar. The sounds of an ant walking can be heard in the distance.
Tarzan teases Torgo. How can Tarzan hear an ant walk?
Does Torgo hear anything now?
No, Torgo hears nothing.
Tarzan hears something. Far in the distance, men are driving stakes into the ground. Do you know what that means, Torgo?
What does it mean, Tarzan?
Men are building a camp. No other native tribe would dare build in the Punya country, so it means that the most dangerous enemy of all has come again. The white men have returned to Tarzan's jungle. The Tarmangani are here.
When the sun had dropped from the sky, Tarzan swung over the almost completed walls of the Keddah and sat in a crotch of a tree examining the camp of the enemy. 3 of them stood before an enormous metal-covered house on wheels. One was a small, cruel-looking man. One was a huge, muscular man with the figure of a hunter. And the third was the most beautiful human Tarzan had ever seen. He swung down noiselessly and dropped a few feet from Baron and Hammett and Zaira.
Where did he come from? How did he get here? Who is he?
Guards! Guards! Wake up, you lazy fools! Guards! You need no warriors. Tarzan means you no harm.
Tarzan?
It's all right, Cooler. Never mind the guards. You should have told us right away that you are Tarzan.
You know my name?
The fame of Tarzan has spread to many countries.
Oh, no one ever said how handsome you are.
My ape mother thought that I was ugly because I was different from the other Balus of the tribe.
We've heard the story of your adoption by the apes, Tarzan. It's incredible.
Oh, not as incredible as those muscles. I've never seen anyone like you, Tarzan.
Nor have I ever seen anyone like you. What do they call you, White Goddess?
My name is Zaira.
And my name is Varin. And this is Hammett.
Zaira, Varin, Hammett. Why do you come to Tarzan's jungle?
Well, we're on a sort of scientific expedition.
Then why do you build a Keddah?
Let's go inside. We can talk a whole lot better over a drink.
I don't like the inside. We can talk here.
Well, it's getting cold out. I'm going in. Won't you please come in, Tarzan?
For the White Goddess, yes.
Thank you, Hammett. Now, fill Tarzan's glass.
No. Your wine is strong and your food rich. I prefer to dine on freshly caught game.
You might get to like a lot of things civilization has to offer.
That is true. I marvel at the wonders of this house on wheels you've brought into the jungle.
You might find the people outside the jungle as amazing as the things in their homes.
Yes, sometimes I am not satisfied with my friends in the jungle. Sometimes I long to know men of my own kind.
There are no other men of your kind, Tarzan. You're very special.
I think perhaps I'd better check the camp. Hammett, I'm sure you have things to attend to also?
Yeah. I was just going out for a breath of air.
The air does lie heavy here. I'm used to the smells of the jungle, and yet there is a heavy sweetness about this room.
It's my perfume, Tarzan. Do you like it?
Well, my daughter will keep you company, Tarzan. I'll return soon.
Don't hurry, Father. We have a lot to talk about.
Goga.
Yes, Juana?
I want you to wheel the special cage as far back into that clump of trees as you can.
So, Jana, come Lama. So, Lama.
Sure.
Yes, Juana.
Have your men tear down branches and cover the cage, leaving only the opening uncovered. That's right. And when we get Tarzan inside, you're to close the door as quickly as you can. If you let him escape, I'll kill every one of you. Do you understand?
Gura, understand much.
May I come in?
Come in, Father.
Well, have you convinced Tarzan of the attractiveness of our world while I've been gone?
Your daughter makes your world appear very attractive.
Well, thank you, Tarzan. Is all in readiness about the camp, Father?
Everything is perfect.
Oh, pardon me. I guess the long trip into the jungle has been more tiring than I imagined.
The jungle is no place for a woman like you, Zaira.
I think you should retire for the night, my dear.
Yes, I think I will, if our guest will excuse me.
Oh, of course. Your father and I will talk outside. There are questions you have not answered, Mr. Varin.
Oh, no, stay here and talk. I'll sleep better if I take a little stroll before I turn in. I'll be back in a few minutes, Tarzan.
Don't go far. The night jungle is full of harm.
I couldn't be afraid with you here. If I were to meet any trouble, I'd call out.
Good.
You would come if you thought I were in trouble.
I would dare the steel jaws of death for you, my white goddess.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Tarzan and the Decoy. Zaira made her way quickly toward the distant end of the compound, there taking her place behind the heavily camouflaged cage of steel. And in the meantime, Tarzan tried in vain to get a straight answer from the slippery-tongued Varin.
And the keddah you've built?
Oh, just for collecting some specimens of animal life. For study. We'll set them free later.
Good. Because in Tarzan's country, animals are killed only in self-defense or for food. Wild things are left free.
That is as it should be. Only sometimes a man who thinks he's free...
That's Zaira. She's in trouble. I must get to her. I'm coming, Zaira.
Save me, Tarzan! Save me!
Tarzan raced out of the van, his fleet footsteps carrying him rapidly in the direction from which Zaira's voice had come. And behind the cage, deep in the brush, crouched Zaira, leading Tarzan on.
Tarzan!
Leading him toward the cage.
Straight ahead, Tarzan! Straight ahead! Save me!
I'm coming, Zaira!
Hurry, Tarzan! The panther's about to spring!
Steady now. He come. Now. We catch Tarzan.
He's not in there, you fools.
No, he not in there. Dark. Gura not see. Where he go?
He grabbed a vine and swung himself up just at the last minute.
Where is he?
Tarzan escape. Not go into cage.
What went wrong with the plan?
I will tell you your mistake, Kamangani.
It's him. No, Father, don't shoot. Find out what went wrong.
What mistake did we make, Tarzan?
At the last minute, the white she-devil yelled that a panther was about to spring. But Tarzan did not catch the scent of Sheeta the panther. Only that of Pamba the rat. Kill him! Your bullets are as crooked as your tongues. I shall return, Kamangani.
Gora.
Yes, Wana.
There are to be no rations for the men tonight.
But hunter need food. Tarzan say was because white lady say panther.
I'm not discussing the matter with you, Gora. I'm telling you. And if your men aren't more successful in hunting elephants than they were in capturing Tarzan, I'll pay only half the gold I promised you.
We see, Wana.
Let go me.
All right, you come along now and stop your biting.
Well, what is that you have with you, Hammett?
It's a little native boy. I found him sneaking around the camp. Probably see it, trying to find out what he could steal.
Not steal. Meet Torgo. Look for my friend Tarzan.
Oh,
Is Tarzan a friend of yours?
Good friend. Me sneak away from village to find him.
Oh, for goodness sake, let's go back to the van.
Not so fast, my dear Zyra. Tarzan's friend here is going to be very valuable to us. Tie him up and throw him into the cage, Hammett. We now have fresh bait for our trap.
Tarzan traveled north, away from the whites, away from the Punya tribe, away from all men. But the next day, he learned that elephants were being lured into Varen's Kedah, and a desire to help his wild friends joined a growing urge for revenge, and he turned back in the direction of Varen's camp. When he was almost there, he saw a lone hunter in the woods, and the man was Hammett. Tarzan leaped down, knocking the gun from Hammett's hands and raising his gleaming knife to Hammett's throat.
Oh, please, Tarzan, let me speak.
What have you to speak of?
They have your little friend, Torgo.
Torgo? Varen has him? You lie.
No, I swear it. They're going to use Torgo to try to catch you again. You said you'd return. I'll show you how to save him.
Why should you do this?
Because I'm an animal hunter, not a man hunter. I never liked the idea of trying to capture you, and I don't like the idea of holding a small native boy. That's too much.
But you're still one of Varen's men.
A footstool for him to kick around. Him and Zyra. Well, they've kicked me for the last time. I'm in this with you. If you'll trust me, Tarzan.
I have to trust you. Tell me your plan.
There's the hiding place of the first sentry. But be careful. He's a fierce Senegalese.
Tarzan can handle.
Those are the last two, Tarzan. At the edge of the Kedah and behind the tangled growth to the left.
We must finish this quickly.
That takes care of the guards. Only Varen and Zyra and the porters are left in camp now.
Gura is the head man of the porters?
Yeah.
And he's next.
Me friend of Tarzan.
How do I know that?
Gura see guard disappear. No say anything. Gura, his men not fight Tarzan.
I can't count on that.
I swear, Great Bwana, no black man raise hand against you. Us hate devil Varen. Us hate she-devil, too. Like dog, they treat black men.
All right. Tell all your black men to leave the camp at once, then.
Is so, Great Bwana. Varen and she-devil soon be left alone.
Of course, I'm scared. Elephants trumpeting and kicking against the sides of the Kedah. Not a soul in camp except us.
Come on. We've got to get to the cage with Torgo.
Well, at least it's on the opposite side of the camp from the elephants. Where did everyone go, Father?
Tarzan must have taken them.
Wait a minute. We got rid of Hammett, and then the Senegalese, and the porters, and the Askari. How?
I don't know. But as long as we have the native boy, we have a chance. Keep your back against the cage so you can't be surprised. You take one side and I'll take the other. Here's a rifle for you.
Oh, I wish they'd stop that. It's getting on my nerves.
Torgo wants out. Torgo's scared.
Shut up or I'll turn this rifle your way.
Torgo's legs and wrists hurt. Loosen tongues, please.
Shut up, I said.
What was that?
That Tarzan.
It sounded like a signal.
Look, there's Hammett. He's over there by the gate that holds the elephants.
Oh, maybe he will
He's opening the gate. He's letting them out.
They're coming this way.
Oh, we'll be killed.
Run! Run, sailor! We can get away! We can...
Everything was swept away by the onrush of the elephants as they fought their way back into the jungle. Varen fell beneath their mighty hooves, and the cage that had held Torgo was smashed in 1,000 pieces. Broken fragments of 2 rifles littered the ground. But high overhead, a great bronzed god of the jungle held under one arm a small native boy, and under the other, the most beautiful creature he'd ever seen. As the herd disappeared in the distance and the dust settled, he placed them both on the ground.
Torgo no feel good. Want to go home.
I'll take you home, Torgo.
No. Don't leave me, Tarzan.
Hammett will see that you come to no harm.
Hammett. He was the one who opened the gates. He killed my father.
I'm sorry, Zaira. I planned to save him, too, but he ran into the path of the elephants.
Oh, it was horrible.
The jungle is a place of violence. Goro will gather his guards, and a safari will be formed to take you home.
But I have no home now. My father's gone. Tarzan, let me stay here in the jungle with you.
You shall go back.
But you called me your white goddess. You said I was beautiful.
Your beauty is only of the outside. Inside, you're as cruel and as ugly as the civilization that spawned you. And to that will you return.
We'll return to tell you about the next story of Tarzan in just a moment. In our next story, we relate the experience of Tarzan and Black Ivory. Black ivory, a precious commodity more sought after than white ivory or gold or diamonds. A search that spells danger and hatred and death deep in the heart of the jungle, deep in the heart of Africa.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Morning, sir. Help you?
I hope so.
Engine, huh?
Hasn't got the pickup of a kitty car.
Well, it's misfiring some.
Some? Mister, half my plugs are on strike. Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Yeah, probably your rings are sticking, maybe your valves. When was that carburetor cleaned?
Not too recently. Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Your car's not in such bad shape. All you need's a tune-up.
A tune-up? A $50 tune-up?
Now, relax. We'll add a can of K-Site tune-up to your gasoline, another can to your oil. That'll clean your whole firing zone. Valves, rings, plugs, carburetor, everything.
Mister, you're pouring it on.
No, you pour it in. $1.25 a can at most any service station. Results guaranteed or double your money back.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Sounds like a blood-curdling melodrama, doesn't it? But it isn't. It's the title of this week's Facebook history from Scotland Yard. Murder at Moat House Farm headlined the London newspaper some 50 years ago, and pages were devoted to telling the story. I may remind you that newspapers were newspapers in those days, and not 2 pages of bad news and advertisements of things you can't buy or can't afford. Moat House Farm was an Elizabethan house in Essex completely surrounded by a moat, as it were on an island, lonely and desolate. An ideal background for a writer of crime stories, in fact. Locally, it was spoken of as creepy and too full of spooky nooks and corners. Even the house agents described the property as quaint, which was non-committal anyway. It had stood empty for years, but eventually a buyer did materialize. He was rather quaint himself and seems to have chosen the right setting. His name was Dougal, Mr. Samuel Dougal. Directly the deeds were signed, he put in hand extensive repairs and alterations to the farm. And while waiting for it to be made habitable, he engaged rooms nearby for himself and his wife at a Mrs. Wiskenden. Now, this is a true story about real people. But no blood-tub melodrama could open more realistically than on that stormy night in January when Mr. and Mrs. Dougal arrived at their lodging. Mrs. Wiskenden?
That's right.
I'm Samuel Dougal.
Oh, good evening.
And this is my wife.
Oh, good evening.
You got my
Good evening.
telegram?
Oh, yes. Do come in. Oh, what a terrible night. Just leave the luggage there. I'll see it's taken up. Is this the little dog?
Yes. I do hope you won't mind. He's very good and most obedient. Won't you, Jackie?
Oh, I love dogs. Do come straight in. You must be frozen. Have a nice fire and supper nearly ready.
Now, that is kind of you. What a cozy little room. Isn't this nice, Camilla? Just what we need, eh? Are you feeling all right, sweetheart? Here, let me take your coat.
You'd like some tea, I expect.
I would, thank you, more than anything.
Now, go and get the kettle on.
That's better. Well, so far, so good. We ought to be all right here until the farm's ready.
I'm in no hurry, Samuel. When we passed the house just now, I found myself almost wishing you hadn't been so anxious to take it. Oh, I don't know, but it made me shudder.
Oh, nonsense, darling. When it's all cleaned up, you'll love it.
Besides, Samuel, it cost me too much money.
Oh, my dear, it's a very sound investment. There's always a market for these genuine old places.
We shan't see many people either, shall we? It's so very isolating.
Just the place for a runaway couple. We'll buy a trap and drive into town sometime. What do you say?
Oh, yes, Jackie.
Yes, please.
By dear, that looks good. If you're going to spoil us like this, Mrs. Wiskenden, well, I shall never get my wife to the farm. Now, come on, dear. You'll gather that Sam was quite a cheerful fellow, with somewhat of an appeal for the ladies. Mrs. Wiskenden even found him fascinating. And what of his wife, Mrs. Dougal? Oh, I'm afraid she didn't think him so fascinating. In fact, she thought he was But I must hasten to point out that the lady Sam had brought with him wasn't his wife. He deserted her long ago. But a misguided Miss Holland, whom he had persuaded to run away with him. This, of course, was not known to the landlady, Mrs. Wiskenden. During their stay, she found them a most devoted couple, and she got on especially well with the lady. In fact, when the time came for them to move to the farm, the parting was quite touching.
The cat's here, Mrs. Dougal.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Wiskenden. Darling, you wait here till I get the luggage on. It's bitterly cold outside.
Oh, dear, I do hate parting, don't you? I'm going to miss you, dear.
But we're not parting for long. Remember your promise? As soon as you can arrange things, you're coming to help us at Moat House Farm.
Well, if you really would like me to.
Goodbye, Jackie. I don't believe he wants to go either. But he's got to look after me in that great dark house.
All ready, dear? Well, goodbye, Mrs. Wiskenden. I'll never forget your kindness. Do come to the farm as soon as you can.
Goodbye, and all the luck in your new home.
Now, come along, Jackie.
Yes, I've got it.
Right, you are, sir. Come on, me baby. Come on.
Goodbye. You'll hear from me quite soon.
So the runaway couple took up residence at Moat House Farm. Or shall we say the poor lady walked straight into the trap? I wonder she didn't suspect Dougal, or perhaps she'd have risked it just the same. The power so many criminals have over women always astonishes me. Camilla Holland was completely obsessed by Sam Dougal and didn't see, or refused to see, that he was using her purely for his own ends. Heaven knows they were plain enough. Camilla's disillusionment began when another woman came on the scene. Another woman in the person of Florrie Harris, a housemaid engaged by Sam. She'd been with them only a few days when Camilla noticed the girl was upset.
What's the matter, sorry? Perhaps I shouldn't tell you. I don't like telling you, really, I don't. Why, what is it? Have you done something wrong? Why, no, I promise you it wasn't none of my fault. Well, come then. What is it? It's about Master. I wouldn't have said nothing, but I was frightened. Frightened? Hey, what about? This morning when I was getting your tray ready, I suppose he must have crept up behind me. Before I knew what was going on, he had his arms around me. I tried to scream, but he put his big hand over my mouth. I struggled and got away, and then he left the kitchen. Oh, my. I'm trying to mind to happen again. I see. Oh, now I made you angry. I didn't ought to have told you. I'm not angry, and you were quite right to tell me, Florrie. But don't worry. I'm sure it won't happen again. Oh, there's the master. You'd better go. Oh, and Florrie, be sure to carry on as if nothing had happened. Very good. Thank you.
Hello, my dear. You are up early. Are you going out?
I've been out already.
Oh, have you?
To the bank.
And what about?
I heard from them this morning that I was overdrawn. I naturally thought there must be a mistake.
Oh, some check you wrote and forgot, I suppose.
No, I hadn't forgotten. That check I gave you for £60 has been altered to 600.
Oh, but I remember that quite well. There were several other bills you wanted me to pay, and we decided to make it 600.
Did you?
Why, of course we did. You've several dividends due this month, haven't you?
I believe so.
Oh, so it's all right then.
Is it?
You want sharing now. Let's drive over to the Crown and have lunch, shall we?
Very well, if you want to.
Fine, now come along, give me a kiss. Now, if Dougal's object in taking Camilla to Moat House Farm was to gain possession of her considerable fortune, he wasn't very clever in the way he went about it. No doubt he thought her an easy victim and
Who's there? Who's there?
It's me.
Oh,
Quiet, you little fool, quiet. Oh, shut up, shut up.
What's the matter? What happened? Oh, Mrs. Uncle. Oh, it's all right. Oh, come now, tell me what frightened you. Oh, he was there outside. He just went off so far that I was frightened it would give way. Oh, you won't leave me. I won't leave you alone. I can't. There. It's all right, Florrie. Very well. I'll stay with you. I'll bolt the door again. Come now, get back to bed and I'll squeeze in with you. I can't stay in the house any longer, really, I can't. Oh, now come, Florrie, you wouldn't leave me. Oh, I'm sorry, but I simply couldn't stay another night in this room. Well, you shan't. You shall share my room. Oh, but that wouldn't be right. Never mind that, I'd like to. I shall feel happier myself. Now that's settled. Now try and get some sleep. Good night. Good night, dear.
But if the maid slept peacefully, we may be sure the mistress did not. What could she do? If she left Sam, where would she go? She cut herself adrift from all her friends and all her relations when Sam persuaded her to run away with it. Now she felt outraged. But she must go carefully. Sam had control of most of her possessions. She must get advice from somewhere. Next day she'd go to town on some pretext. She wouldn't say anything about Florrie to Sam, no. No, she'd go on just as if nothing had happened. Now, if Camilla had kept to this plan, perhaps the end of this story might have been different. But alas, when the time came, Camilla couldn't resist making reproaches. She even went on to hint that she had plans that might prove very awkward for Sam. Who was the statesman who remarked, "I have never regretted anything I have not said"? If observed, that counsel would save much trouble in the world. To Camilla, that counsel might have saved her life. Next morning, Sam, spruce and seemingly very pleased with himself, came to Camilla's room. Good morning, good morning. Lovely day. How is my sweetheart?
I'm quite well, thank you, Sam.
Give me a kiss.
No, please, Sam.
Yes, I say, what's the matter?
Nothing, Sam. Please leave me alone.
Why should I leave you alone? What's this? Why have you got out a suitcase?
Because I'm going to leave you. Oh, how could you? In my own home, and with a servant.
Oh, that's it. I thought I heard Florrie screaming. What nonsense. I was setting a clock. It knocks against the wall when you wind it.
Don't lie to me. You must think I'm a poor fool. But I've had enough.
Don't be silly, Camilla. You're so suspicious.
You'll soon see if I'm only suspicious. I'm going to...
You're going to tell somebody about your bad husband, aren't you?
Well, I don't trust you, Sam, and you know it.
I see. When are you going?
On the 2:45, I think.
Well, I'll drive you to the station.
Oh, don't trouble. I'll get a cab.
No trouble. And after you've seen whoever it is and you've been told how silly and suspicious you are, you'll come back, I suppose.
I've got to come back. I've got to come back tonight. Until something's settled, I've nowhere to go.
Oh, come now, Camilla. You're just upset. If you want to go up to town and talk to somebody about your affairs, well, go ahead. But don't worry. I'll look after you. He'll look after her. Sam Dougal well knew that if Camilla sought advice and inquiries were started, it would be the end of him. His criminal record was long and bad. Something had to be done. About 2 o'clock that afternoon, Camilla said goodbye to Florrie, gave instructions about feeding the dog and her husband, and told her she would be back in the evening. She then drove away with Dougal in a trap. Florrie never saw her mistress again. At 9 o'clock in the evening of the day Mrs. Dougal left for London, Sam told Florrie he was going to the station to meet the train. For a moment, Florrie was relieved at the thought of her mistress's return. But there was no sound of the departing trap, and Florrie suddenly became terrified. What was he doing? An hour later, Dougal appeared again. Your mistress has not returned. You'd better go to bed. The girl, now thoroughly unnerved, spent a night of horror. But Dougal left her alone. His time was fully occupied. Next day, he told Florrie he'd had a letter from his wife saying she was going to take a short holiday. Florrie saw no postman or letter. Apparently, Dougal thought it was enough for him to say anything to be believed. But Florrie could stand no more. Her mother took her away that morning. So you see, things so far had worked out very well for our Mr. Dougal. Although Camilla had vanished into thin air, her dividends arrived regularly. Forgery had always proved a profitable sideline for Sam. He settled down to enjoy the kind of life he liked: fine house, no work, steady income. He also engaged a series of female servants of a certain type, which, shall we say, didn't add to his reputation as a worthy citizen. But otherwise he continued to live at Moat House Farm as if nothing unusual had happened. This, to say the least of it, was tempting fortune a little too far. A profligate whose wife had mysteriously disappeared was the breath of life for local gossip, and as time went on, this gathered momentum. Our old friend Mrs. Wiskenden, for instance, had something to say.
Oh, my dear, such a strange thing happened. When Mr. and Mrs. Dougal stayed with me, do you remember my telling you about her little dog? Yes, of course. You told me how fond he was of her. That's right. Jackie. Remember? Yes. Well, the other night, I thought I heard a dog whining. Mm-hmm. I looked out, and there he was on the step. And when I patted him, he began to howl. That is queer. Yes, very mournful. Made me shudder. I finally got him to stay, but I felt so upset that I wrote to Mrs. Dougal. What did she say? Well, she didn't reply. Oh. But next day, Mr. Dougal called and took Jackie away. Of course, I asked him about his wife, but I couldn't get anything out of him. Well, nothing satisfactory anyway. I've not seen her for ever so long. Nor have I. You know, it's stupid of me. I keep hearing that little dog howling, and I have a funny feeling that something's wrong. Don't you give me the creep. Yes, it is funny. Where is Mrs. Dougal, I wonder?
Where is Mrs. Dougal, I wonder? That was a question many were to ask as the weeks went by. Some dismissed it as idle gossip, but there was enough reason for suspicion to take root.
She's left him, that's all, and I don't blame her.
Funny couple anyway. He's not her sort. Ask her money if you ask me. Mrs. Dougal, Mrs. Nothing. He's not married to her. She's a Miss Holland. My dear, what do you think? You know that Mr. Dougal everyone's talking about? I hear he's locked his wife up in Moat House. Yes, Mrs. Dougal.
He says she's gone on holiday.
If she's left town for good, why does the postman go on delivering letters for us?
What's happened to her then? He's done her in, that's what.
Where is Mrs. Dougal? Mrs. Stevens says she's seen the new girl he's got up there wearing one of Mrs. Dougal's coats.
I wouldn't be surprised what he's done.
Where is Mrs. Dougal?
They ought to search the house.
Where is Mrs. Dougal?
He's murdered her, all right.
Why don't the police do something? Where is Mrs. Dougal?
What's he done with the body? That's what I want to know.
Where is Mrs. Dougal? Where is Mrs. Dougal?
Where is Mrs. Dougal?
So, one day in March 1903, Chief Inspector Scott of the Essex Police paid a visit to Moat House Farm.
I expect you know, Mr. Dougal, there's a lot of talk going on in the village about your wife.
Why, I know there's a lot of stupid gossip started by that housemaid we had here.
Oh, well, we can soon settle that. Just tell me where she is and where
Well, that's just it. I can't tell you. I saw her off to London and expected her back the same night. She wrote saying she was taking a holiday, and that's the last I heard of her.
I see. They say you had a quarrel with her.
Oh, there's that girl, Sorry Harris again. We had a tiff. She got jealous. Nothing to it. You know what women are.
Your present servant has been seen wearing a gold watch and chain. Did they belong to your wife?
No, they did not.
I see. Well, Mr. Dougal, you know how it is. People talk. They even say you got your wife shut up in this house. Suppose you just show me round and I'll be able to stop all the chatter.
Of course I'll show you round with pleasure. Then they'll have to find something else to talk about. Chief Inspector Scott found nothing to arouse his, suspicions, but Dougal, it seems, was not completely satisfied with his easy acceptance of his story and decided, rather late in the day, to make his getaway. To this end, he withdrew all the money he kept at 2 local banks, and one morning the villagers, as Dougal himself had suggested, had something else to gossip about. Now, Mr. Dougal had vanished. Meanwhile, Chief Inspector Scott had been making considerable progress. He had ascertained that certain papers regarding Moat House Farm had ostensibly been signed by Mrs. Dougal a few days before. He also succeeded in tracing a nephew of Mrs. Dougal, who had once visited the farm. This man was able to prove that the alleged signature of his aunt was a forgery. With this evidence, the police were able to act. First, get their man in custody on a charge of forgery. The other charge of murder, might come later. A warrant was issued for Dougal's arrest. Now, when Dougal withdrew his money from the 2 banks, he was paid in notes, 5 and 10 pound notes. For some reason that's beyond me, Dougal chose the Bank of England to change a 10 pound note into gold. Yes, gold had actually existed in those days. And in the Bank of England, a detective inspector is always present.
Excuse me, sir. These notes form part of a forgery. You'll have to come with me to Scotland Yard.
With their man now safely under lock and key, the police were faced with the formidable task of finding Mrs. Dougal, alive or dead. The Director of Prosecutions now took a hand, and Scotland Yard, in the person of Chief Inspector Bauer, was sent to Moat House Farm in charge of investigations with Chief Inspector Scott of the Essex Police. Now a methodical search of the house began. Every room, cellar, passage, cupboard, and attic was examined. Walls and ceilings tapped. Floorboards raised, and every possible space accounted for. But not a shred of evidence emerged. Next, they turned to the grounds. They began by dragging the moat. No result. Then they drained the moat. No result. Just a lot of mud. Inspector Scott stood on the bank rather dispirited. He took a stone and threw it into the moat. The mud was so thick the stone rested on the surface.
What's your idea, Scott? Think the body has sunk under the mud? Might be. Well, the bricks you've just chucked in didn't sink. Body's heavier, and it might have been weighted. Well, mud's only in the center. How'd the body get out so far? Dougal may have waded out with it. Well, you certainly asked for punishment. On we go, boys.
Digging down into the mud in the moat was proceeded with during wet and misty weather, a gruesome and most unpleasant task. But no result. Scott had a fine team of men, and when he called them off after 5 days of dreary disappointment, he began to feel that they might be completely on the wrong track. One night after dinner, Scott and Bauer lit their pipes and took a stroll round the grounds.
You know, this garden here might be very pretty if it was looked after. Good soil, nice shrubs.
Yeah, funny the way the soil varies. Look at that strip down there where that little dog's lying. Those bushes sort of stunted.
Eh? Oh, no, they're not stunted, they're young. Wait a minute. Look at the turf. That's new, too. I'll bet that wasn't sown many months ago.
Well, now. It's quite a long strip. 5 to 10 yards. Leads to the moat. Here, I'm going to go down.
Yes.
Give us a hand.
We'll be careful. You know what I think it is? It's a ditch that's been filled in.
Filled in?
Filled in.
Think we ought to dig it out?
I think we ought to. Well, then we'll get the boys started in the morning.
But the boys didn't want to start in the morning. They wanted to start that night. The earth was not fully settled in the newly filled-in ditch, and they made good progress. Rather a grisly spectacle. A team of 5 or 6 men, the journalist standing there agog, waiting for news that the crime had been solved. The men dug down a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet. A feeling of failure spread through the company. The journalist walked off to get a drink. The digging became slower. At 4.5 feet.
Go and get some rest, boys. I don't want you dead, too. Yes, there's no use breaking your back. There's nothing here. We'll pack up in the morning. All right, guys. Inspector. No, come on, Bill. What's the matter with him? What are you digging for, old fellow? Whose dog is this? He belongs to Mrs. Dougal. Mrs. Dougal? Did he? Get back in, boys. Let's try another 10 minutes. And someone take that dog away. What are we trying to find? Australia?
Moon's gone in. Can't see what I'm digging out.
Makes me sick. Don't want to see anything. Whoa. What's this? Feels like a boot.
Give it to me and everybody stop working. Yes. It's a boot, all right. A woman's boot. We'll wait till the moon comes out again, and then we'll dig very carefully around the body. Next morning, everybody had the answer to the much-repeated question, where is Mrs. Dougal? Murdered and buried in a ditch. The Scotland Yard expert, Dr. Pepper, was called and testified that the cause of death was a bullet shot in close quarters. Dougal was proved to have had in his possession a revolver of similar caliber. Strangely enough, the only person who seemed in doubt of the outcome of the trial was the prisoner himself, and when the jury brought in a verdict of guilty, he appeared almost surprised, and tears trickled down his face. When the day of execution arrived, Dougal, still maintaining his innocence, walked to the scaffold. The noose was adjusted, and the executioner put his hand on the lever. At this moment, the chaplain in attendance asked in a whisper, guilty or not guilty? And through the white hood which covered Dougal's face came the answer, guilty. Just as the noose tightened and the body was consigned to the pit below.
You know, everybody's working at top speed these days. The times demand the best we've got. And the best, when it comes to coffee, is measured in terms of flavor. The demands we place upon coffee today are greater than ever before. Every cup must measure up. Every sip must hit the spot. Now, not only to fill its all-important place as part of a good meal, but for the boost fine coffee gives, the lift to help you get things done. And besides that, since the shortage makes rationing necessary, each cup should make up in excellence for the cups we don't get in between. Now, to fill the bill and more than fill it, get Chase & Sanborn coffee. You'll marvel that a single cup can hold so much delicious flavor. The secret is that Chase & Sanborn is more than one coffee. It's the finer ones blended. And today, our experts are turning out the richest, most satisfying, most flavorful blend of our entire history. You want all the flavor you can get, so get all the flavor you can. Every time you part with a precious ration coupon, ask for Chase & Sanborn. Naturally, nowadays, with so many others buying Chase & Sanborn, too, your grocer may sometimes run out. If he should, please understand and cooperate. And the next time, be sure to ask again for Chase & Sanborn coffee.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Being a private investigator means two things. You can be sure you'll run into trouble, and you can never be sure you'll get out of it. Well, there's not much you can do about it, I guess, except, like Julie always says,
walk softly, Peter Troy.
now Peter Troy investigates the blonde with the delicate hair. This girl Julie I met a moment ago, she keeps the bill collectors at bay and generally runs the place I loosely call my office. You'll meet her again in a little while. But right now, I want you to meet the lush lovely this case is all about. Her name is Caroline Varley, but most people call her Carol.
Oh, sorry, Lawrence. I was a million miles away.
So I noticed. Cigarette?
Oh, no thanks, darling.
Beautiful girl. Soft lights. All we need now is the sweet music.
I don't need a thing.
Delicate. That's the operative word, Carol. Blonde with a delicate air. That's how I'll always think of you.
No, that's nice.
Oh, dear.
Expecting anyone?
No, as far as I'm concerned, whoever it is can go jump in the lake.
Better answer the door and get rid of him, darling.
Yes, I guess so.
And hurry back. Huh?
Yes, what do you want? Craig. Hello, Webster. Now, look, I can explain. Shut up. Get back inside. Give me that.
You didn't have to do that.
I didn't mean to. He jumped me.
Easy.
No. No, he's still breathing. Where's the package?
In the drawer of that desk. He put it there as soon as we came in.
Good.
Well, what happens now?
We have someone deliver the package for us, that's all.
Anyone in mind?
Yes. Troy. Peter Troy.
Oh, that name sounds familiar.
A private investigator. Canadian. Tough. Very tough. And a ladies' man.
Oh, yes, of course I remember now.
Opened up here a couple of years ago. Done very well by all accounts.
You think he'll do a job like this?
Sure. The way we sell it, he'll be answering the appeal of a lady in distress.
Meaning me?
Mm-hmm.
And afterwards?
Afterwards, I'm afraid Mr. Peter Troy will just have to die.
Pity.
Necessary.
Well, into each life some death must fall.
It had been one of those bad months. Seems no one in London needed the services of a private investigator. Money was like chorus girls in Alcatraz. There wasn't any. So to rent collectors and sundry tradesmen, I was but definitely out. But to delicate, dewy-eyed, husky-voiced blondes like Carol Varley, I was but definitely in.
So, to put it briefly, I need protection, Mr. Troy.
I'll go along with that, Miss Varley. Springtime, a young man's fancy.
This young man is going to try to kill me.
Well, that's no way to win friends and influence people, is it? Who's the guy?
An irate suitor, Mr. Troy. He wants to marry me. I declined the invitation, and now he's threatened to kill me.
And?
The job pays £100 for approximately 2 hours' work.
That buys you a grade A bundle of protection, Miss Varley. Is this character got a name?
Laurie Webster. He's a very persistent man. He's been pestering me for months. He just won't take no for an answer.
It happens.
Just not my type, you know? Anyway, he's coming round to my place tonight to propose again.
And if you say no?
He said that if he can't have me, no one else will.
It sounds corny, but you want me to be there, huh?
I thought you might be able to disillusion him just a little. If you know what I mean.
I'm way ahead of you.
My address is 15 Carlisle Road, South Kensington. 8:30 this evening?
On the nose.
Thank you. Peter?
Thank you, ma'am.
Carol.
That's nice.
Do you get many of these sort of assignments, Mr. Troy?
Oh, well, I was going to talk to you about that. £100, that's a lot of money just to dissuade a guy from carrying a gal off to the altar.
Why don't I go to the police? I value my privacy, Mr. Troy. Don't you? Yeah. Scotch?
Thanks. £100 worth of privacy? Has he phoned you or anything yet?
Oh, he won't phone. He'll just arrive. In the meantime, let's relax, Do you like music?
Me and Beethoven were just like that.
You can't dance to Beethoven.
Well, that's the point.
You dance very well.
Thanks. It's a nice place you have here.
It's home.
No place like it.
Hold it right there, Mr. Troy.
Company, huh?
Don't turn around and don't move, Mr. Troy.
Nasty way to break in on a dance, mister.
Isn't it, though?
Oh, poor Mr. Troy. He danced so nicely.
All right, Carl. Help me set the scene. We haven't much time. Oh, brother, my aching head.
Troy, you must have a head like a cannonball.
Oh, that's all I need. The charming and benign features of Detective Inspector Mellenby of New Scotland Yard bending over me. Ooh, brother. What are you doing here, anyway?
Investigating?
Yeah, well, I want to report a case of assault and battery. I was just a... Hey, where's the cute little blonde bombshell?
Which cute little blonde bombshell?
The gal who owns this apartment.
That smack on the head must have addled your brains, Troy. This apartment belongs to a man. Or at least it did. A Mr. Laurie Webster.
What do you mean, did?
The aforementioned gent is, I regret to say, very dead. Shot at close range. That's what I'm investigating.
Now, wait a minute. Where did all this happen? You got a suspect or anything? Because if you haven't, I might just be able to...
Your first question is right here in this apartment. In fact, right here in this room. If you move your head a fraction, you'll see the late Mr. Webster stretched out on the floor just a couple of feet away from you.
Hey, but this just doesn't make sense.
As for your second question, yes, I do have a suspect. A private investigator called Peter Troy.
Oh, very funny. But I'm not in the mood for jokes.
Want to tell me about it?
Tell you about it? What would I want to kill Webster for? I've never even seen the guy.
Gun's on the floor beside you. A Smith & Wesson 32. And I've no doubt your fingerprints are splattered all over the butt.
Now, you know I don't use a Smith & Wesson. I got a license to carry a Browning automatic.
A license which I regret to say must be withdrawn.
Now, look, this is a frame, and you know it, Inspector. They set me up. Hey, how did you know about all this, anyway?
A phone call, Mr. Troy. The caller said there was some trouble here in Carlow Road.
Yeah, with me right in the middle, huh? Well, it's nothing to the trouble is going to be, just as soon as
Your secretary, Julie's outside. Have Miss Summers come in, Constable.
Right, sir. Miss Summers, please.
Pete, they made me tell them about that girl.
I get it all now. Julie told you about the blonde that came to see me this afternoon, the girl who wanted a bodyguard to protect her from an over-anxious suitor, and you think
I think you took your duties too seriously. You didn't have to shoot him, you know.
I didn't shoot anybody.
Oh, maybe the Smith & Wesson belongs to him, eh? He pulled it on you, there was a struggle. You got possession of the gun, pulled the trigger.
Oh, look, you know me. I'm the sort of guy that goes around giving people lead poisoning. I could take that weasel lying over there, my hands tied behind my back.
That weasel gave you a fair-sized clout on the noggin, laddie.
Julie, you better get hold of Randell. Looks as though I'm going to need a lawyer.
You're already legally represented, Mr. Troy.
Huh? All right, you can come in now.
Thank you.
Who are you?
Oh, my name's Regan, of Regan and Forsyth Solicitors. My card. I shall be happy to look after your case, and for the moment I strongly advise you not to answer any more questions.
Who sent for him?
Yeah, I heard about the disturbance and thought you might need help. Furthermore, I think I can furnish the police with a witness. A witness whose testimony will clear you completely, Mr. Troy.
Well, now, that's more like it. Where are you going to get this witness from, Mr. Regan?
Now, Inspector, you should know better than that. The defense cannot give away its sources of information at this particular juncture. Now, I should like a word in private with my client, please. This way, Mr. Troy.
Just don't try and leave this flat. Either of you.
Well, now, Mr. Regan, I think it's all very charming, but
You're in trouble, Mr. Troy. Bad trouble. In fact, it would seem that you could wind up with a rope around your neck.
But I thought you said something about a witness.
Yeah, I did. But I omitted to say in front of the inspector that my particular witness, if she gave her testimony, would most certainly take you straight to jail. You see, Miss Carol Varley was here when you shot down Laurie Webster.
Well, I know that she was... Ah. You mean she's part of the frame?
A rather, luscious frame, don't you think, to coin a phrase? Yes, I'm afraid you're in trouble, Mr. Troy. Real trouble.
Well, this was certainly cute. This was really cute. This was the tender trap. The more you struggle, the deeper you get into it. But this guy Regan, now here was an angle.
Yes, a rather delicate predicament, isn't it? Of course, I'd like to help you, Mr. Troy.
The lady sent you?
As a matter of fact, yes.
How come?
She has a proposition.
She had one before. Look where it got me.
This could be an answer to your problem. You see, I can tie up the police legally and demand your formal bail. Without Miss Varley's testimony, they have very little real evidence.
You ever watched Inspector Mellenby at work? He makes Dick Tracy look like an amateur.
Nevertheless, I can get you out of here.
And?
And naturally, we shall want a small favor in return.
How small?
From here, you are to go home and you are to make no phone calls. Tomorrow morning, you go to your office as usual, and you pay particular attention to the parcel mail when it arrives. There'll be a package for you. It'll be double wrapped.
Well, keep talking.
Undo the outer wrapping, and you will see a letter addressed to you. In it, there will be some instructions. You follow them, but you do not, I repeat, you do not open the inner package. It's been specially sealed, and we shall know immediately if it's been tampered with.
You're an untrusting lad, aren't you?
Mr. Troy, all you have to do is deliver that package. It's not a very difficult job. In return for doing that, I offer you your freedom.
I've got another suggestion, Mr. Regan.
Oh?
Why don't I just bop you one and make a quick exit?
I may not have seen Mellenby at work, but you have. How far do you think you'd get?
Whoa, about a block and a half.
You see, my way, you've got nothing to lose, Mr. Troy.
Okay, so I go along with it. But just tell me one thing.
If I can.
Who really did kill that fellow Webster?
But you did, Mr. Troy. Ask Inspector Mellenby. He's positive you did.
Troy didn't kill that man. Oh, I know I've cursed that wretched Canadian troublemaker in my time, but I will say one thing in his favor. He's no killer.
But the evidence, sir.
What evidence? Look, a man lies dead on the floor with a bullet in him. The police surgeon maintains that he's been dead for 24 hours. Troy didn't even know a man called Webster existed 24 hours ago.
Well, I still don't think it was wise to let Troy go, Inspector.
Regan knew we couldn't hold him. We had to let him go. Incidentally, Troy's being shadowed.
Best team in the yard looking after him, sir.
Good. Troy's no fool, and I think he's purposely sticking his neck out.
You mean he may be setting himself up as a bait, sir?
Yes, the fool. When will he learn to stop poking his nose into police matters?
Well, this time he really didn't have any options, sir, did he?
I wonder what's behind all this. Anything from ballistics yet?
They're still working on the serial number. It's been burnt off with acid. They're putting it through photo analysis, but it takes time, unfortunately.
Yes. Anything on the deceased yet?
Well, we know one thing. He has a criminal record. Spent a couple of years in Dartmoor. Worked an old confidence game. But that was 5 years ago. Not a thing since then.
Why was he killed? We get the answer to that and... Oh, to the devil with Troy. Why didn't he stay in Montreal?
What's the package, Pete?
Present from Santa Claus for being a good boy all year.
Pete, I'm sorry about blabbing to the police. I had no idea.
That's okay, honey.
Well, I just wanted to help.
That's nice.
How is it you get yourself into so much trouble, Pete?
Trouble and me got married a long time ago, baby.
Will they arrest you again?
No.
How can you be so sure?
Because Mellenby knows I didn't kill Webster.
Oh, but
he was looking for a patsy, too. You got your notebook handy?
Yes.
Well, take this down. Troy, deliver the enclosed package to a Mr. Giles Nolan, Honeywick Cottage, Levendale. Levendale? Where's that?
Buckinghamshire, about 40 miles from London.
Deliver it today. Deliver it unopened. You're being watched.
Pete.
Make with the pencil, honey. You're being watched, and if you attempt to contact anyone else, there'll be trouble. That old word again. Don't allow yourself to be followed by plainclothesmen. And my angel, our anonymous letter writer, has enclosed 20 crisp little fibers.
They look real, too.
Oh, there's a postscript. No matter what happens, this package must reach Levendale.
Pete, I'm getting that old feeling again.
It looks as though someone's going to try and stop me from getting this package to Mr. Nolan, doesn't it?
Well, let me ring through to Inspector Mellon.
Oh, no. Well, you just put that copy of the letter into an envelope and send it to him express. Addressed to his home, not Scotland Yard. Okay?
But it'd be so much easier to phone.
You're a sweet, innocent babe, and I love you like a brother.
I've got a brother.
You know something? I bet our phones are tapped this morning.
Oh, Pete, don't go.
Judy calls. See you.
Oh, men. Peter Troy Investigations.
Miss Summers?
Yes?
I gather Mr. Troy has left.
Who is this?
Never mind. Just don't make any phone calls today, Miss Summers. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll never see your employer again.
What?
And don't answer the phone if it should ring. And don't attempt to leave the office until 5:30 this evening. Stay just where you are.
But I have to go to the post, and I
Don't
certainly...
attempt to leave the office. You are being watched. Leave the post till tomorrow, or you won't live till tomorrow.
But... Hello? Hello?
I couldn't care less who makes the delivery, Miss Valley, just so long as I get the stuff.
Oh, you'll get it, Mr. Nolan. No need to worry about that.
Yes, and what about Webster?
He had an unfortunate accident.
Yes, in other words, he was hijacked and killed. Sounds like Craig's work. Is Craig making the delivery, then?
Oh, no, that wouldn't be very smart, would it? Webster's men know Cragg too well. They'd intercept him before he left London.
Well, then.
The delivery will be made by a rather dashing young Canadian private investigator called Peter Troy.
Private investigator?
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Nolan. He's completely trustworthy. He had to be. He's living very close to a noose at present.
I've heard of Peter Troy. He's tough. He's very tough.
But of course, that's the whole idea. No one's going to hijack that messenger.
And what happens after he's made the delivery?
Now, what will you think?
I see.
Occupational hazard, Mr. Nolan.
Who's going to do it?
You are.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Because if you don't, Peter Troy will get you, Mr. Nolan, one way or another. I doubt very much whether he's in the sweetest temper just at present. As soon as he hands over the package to you, you'll give me the money, and then Mr. Troy dies.
Excuse me, sir. Are these seats taken?
I'll be my guest.
Nice weather for this time of year.
Isn't it, though?
Going far?
Oh, just as far as Levendale. Say, excuse me a minute, will you? I'd just like to get something from the rack above you.
Can I give you a hand?
No, thanks. I can manage. All I really want is this briefcase. Ah, there we are. Just want to get something out of it. My gun, as a matter of fact.
Now, look.
I'm a very nervous sort of guy, so just don't make any sudden moves. Well, now, I guess you're a couple of Caroline Varley's little playmates, huh? Mr. Regan sent you?
Now, Troy.
Oh, you know my name. Well, that's neighborly. Now, just take off your neckties.
Our ties?
All the better to tie you up with.
Troy, we're police officers. I'm Sergeant Benson, and this is...
Don't make me laugh. You characters have been tailing me ever since I left my office this morning. Okay, get those ties off, or I'll have to do it the hard way. Funny old place.
Come in, Troy. The door's on the latch. All right. Put the package on the table in front of you.
I have to make a personal delivery, mister.
Put the package on the table.
Look, it's kind of dark in here. Okay. Don't I even get to see who you are?
You don't need to, Troy. You don't ever need to see anyone again.
I don't like the sound of that.
Don't turn around. Stay exactly as you are.
You know, when people say that to me, mister, I get nervous. I start looking around for something like this table.
All right, Troy. Come on out.
Give me a good reason. Not good enough, Buster.
He's got a gun.
So what? You've got him trapped.
Ah, the Lady Caroline. It figures.
Well, this is your last chance. Throw out that gun, Troy.
You want it? Come and get it.
What the devil?
Something came through the window.
Gas. Tear gas. Troy, this is Mellon.
Yeah, but hold everything, Inspector.
Police, I have a cordon of men surrounding the place.
Well, keep them outside. I might be able to reason with this guy now.
Not a chance, Troy. I'll give you 2 minutes, and then we're coming in.
That ought to do it. All right, fella. You got no chance against the police. You may as well call it a day.
Give myself up. Not a chance.
Are you crazy? They've got us cold.
The lady's right, you know.
They'll never take me alive.
Watch it, Melanie. He's making a break for it.
You fool! Come back!
Tear gas. Well, couldn't you find some other way, Inspector? In any case, how come you got to the scene in the nick-off?
Well, Troy.
You can thank your lucky stars you've got an efficient secretary.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you delivered a message,
Delivered the message? You don't know the trouble I had doing that little chore. I was being watched. I couldn't leave the office, nor could I use the phone.
Then,
But at 9:30 this morning, I had a visitor. Guess who?
You got me.
Our very irate landlord demanding the back rent. I gave him the letter and told him to take it straight round to Inspector Mellenby.
Okay, so you're a genius.
Troy, did you have any conception of what was in store for you?
Yeah, sort of. But I had to play it out. Otherwise, we're going to lose track of our playmates. It is dope, isn't it?
Heroin. There was enough of the pure stuff in that package to poison a herd of elephants. It was hijacked from the dead man, Webster. He had it smuggled in. Carol and her boyfriend decided to take it from him and make the delivery themselves.
And the difficulty was getting it to Nolan.
Webster's boys knew Carol's boyfriend. The delivery had to be made by a stranger.
And her Troy. Well, I'm glad I was ready for the ambush.
And in future, Troy, please try to refrain from tying up my police officers in trains. They don't appreciate it.
They really were, you men?
They were.
You heard what the man said.
Hmm?
Walk softly, Peter Troy.
All right, everybody. It's time to sound off for Chesterfield.
Sound off! Sound off! Sound off for Chesterfield! From Maine to California, smokers are changing every day. All over America, there's a swing to Chesterfield with this great new thing. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. No unpleasant aftertaste in Chesterfield. That's right. Science discovered what you can prove. You better get into the smoking groove. For Chesterfield now sets the pace with no unpleasant aftertaste. Chesterfield. 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 Milder, 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 milder. Chesterfield. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. So here's what we want you to do. Right now. Yes, here's what we want you to do. Right now. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfield. Do it. Today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, Box 13, Box 13, Box 13, Box 13.
Well, this is great. Rain, rain, rain. I'll bet even the ducks wouldn't come out in weather like this. But me, I'm an idiot. I gotta go and take up a profession like being a writer. I couldn't take up something easy. Oh, no, not me. I gotta be a writer so I can be out on nice, cold, wet nights, beating my brains out, looking for an idea. Idea. Deadline. Oh, sure. Mustn't forget that ever-loving deadline. What a way to make a living. I could have stayed a reporter at the Star Times and had nice assignments. Like listening to political speeches or covering the opening of a new manhole. Oh, no, but not me. I have to write fiction. Do it the hard way. Well, I might as well take the usual hand.
open the usual door to the usual place, and hear the usual comments.
Hi, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya.
Coffee boy.
Hiya, Dan.
What do you say, Ed?
Smith, editor wants you.
How goes it, Holliday?
Oh, pretty good.
Where's the makeup on page 4? Hi, Mr. Holliday.
How are you?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
Hello, Susie. Anything in box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
What a character I am. Standing here in front of the want-ad counter in a newspaper office while the rain runs down off my coat collar into my shoes.
Mr. Holliday.
I gotta ruin my last pair of... Huh? What's that, Susie?
I said there's a message in box 13 for you. Here.
Oh. Thanks, Susie.
Don't mention it. Say, aren't you going to open it?
Sorry. Not here, Susie.
You know, you got all of us down here at the Star Times awful curious, Mr. Holliday, running that ad.
Have I?
You've been running it for months. Why don't you change it?
Well, I haven't read it for so long I've forgotten the words. How's it go?
Don't you remember? Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. How about that?
I still like it.
You'd do a lot better with adventure if you ran your picture with the ad.
Oh, no, thanks. Just keep on running it the way it is.
But, gee, aren't you ever going to tell us what you do for a living? Why you keep running that ad?
Susie, same old question, same old answer. No. Well, if I'm not doing anything else, at least I've got the people at the Star Times curious. They'd think my brain cells were 10 feet off first base if they knew why I really run that ad. Maybe they are. You can help a person out of great trouble and gain an adventure for yourself if you call Chester 8945 and ask for Carla Williams. Chester 8945. Carla Williams. Sounds like an interesting name. Well, I hope she's home.
Hello?
Oh, this is the man from Box 13.
Oh. Tell me, are you serious, or was that ad just a joke?
No joke, Miss Williams.
Are you willing to try anything?
Well, that depends. What's on your mind?
I can't discuss it over the phone. Will you meet me?
Of course.
There's a little French restaurant down on Ledge Street. Meet me there in the cocktail lounge.
What time?
Make it 10 o'clock tonight. Tell the bartender you want to speak to Carla Williams.
French restaurant on Ledge, 10 o'clock. Oh, what block number?
The 600 block. You won't fail me. You'll be there.
Lady, if it were winter, I'd come with bells on. This sounds like the beginning of a very interesting story. Beautiful woman in distress calls on struggling writer for help. Only she doesn't know I'm a writer, and I don't know she's beautiful.
What's yours, mister?
Oh, I'm looking for a Carla Williams.
Oh, yeah. She's sitting over there in that front booth.
Thanks. Carla Williams?
Yes.
Oh-ho. Carla Williams could be material for a love story or an adventure story. Or maybe both.
And, do you have a name?
Oh, yes. Dan Holliday.
Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
I'm, agreeably surprised. I didn't think a person would get such a satisfactory reply from a want ad.
And I didn't think I'd get such a nice replier.
You're wondering about me, aren't you? You're wondering why you're here.
Naturally.
Well, I'm being blackmailed.
That's a very nasty business.
I've been paying blackmail for 5 years, but tonight's the end. I'm to meet him in 15 minutes and make the final payment and get the letters.
Well, that sounds like the end of your troubles.
But is it? I can't be sure. That's why I need your help.
But what can I do?
Well, you can be there as a witness. You can make sure this is the end. You can see that I get the letters and get away safely.
Lady, you need the police.
Why? To make sure everything I've kept hidden for 5 years comes out in the open?
Maybe a friend could do it.
My friends would be the last ones on earth I'd want to know. Are you afraid?
No.
You advertised for adventure?
Blackmail isn't my idea of adventure.
I'm sorry if my trouble doesn't measure up to your expectations. The best I could do on such short notice.
Uh-oh. Well, I guess I had that coming.
Maybe this isn't your idea of adventure, but I do need help. I need help badly. Let's leave it at that.
Now, that might appeal to my early Boy Scout training.
Then you will?
I always help ladies across blackmail raps. What happens if your friend makes trouble?
We can't make any trouble.
He seems to have done all right for the past 5 years.
There won't be any trouble if you're along. Here, reach under the table. Take this.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is a gun.
Put it in your pocket. Don't let anyone see it.
This is supposed to make everything all right?
Well, you won't need it, believe me. I thought it would make you feel better.
It makes me feel like a policeman. And I still think a policeman is what you want.
But you promised.
I said maybe.
I have to meet him in 15 minutes. Please help me.
Where do we go?
His apartment.
Far from here?
We can make it if we leave now. What do you say?
Maybe I should never have been a Boy Scout. I watch Carla Williams closely as we ride over to the apartment where she's to meet this man she's been talking about. She's perfectly groomed with a certain niceness about her, except for those twin furrows of worry between her eyes and a cold look of anxiety. I don't think I would like to have her angry at me, though.
That's funny. You should have been here 20 minutes ago.
Why don't you try the door?
It was unlocked.
Might as well wait inside. Unless you have any objections.
Not at all. There's a light switch on your right. The living room is straight ahead.
Say, you sound like you're familiar with the place.
Why not? I've been here many times before.
There's a light on in there. Suppose he might have fallen asleep?
Waiting for his money? Hardly.
Well, this is more like it. This spot is nicely furnished.
With my money. But at least we can sit down and make us... Oh, no.
Miss Williams, what's the matter? What happened?
Oh, the floor by the desk, look.
You stay here.
Well...
You'd better call the police. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, he's been shot. Once. Through the heart.
I'm glad.
He's the one? The man who was blackmailing you?
Yes. Could you go through his pockets? He must have some of those letters with him. Look in his coat pocket.
Just a minute, Miss Williams. You don't understand. This man has been murdered. We've got to call the police.
Murdered? What makes you so sure?
There's no gun around any place.
Just the same before the police come. His pockets. Please, I've got to have those letters.
Okay. But it isn't right. Are these what you wanted?
Let me see. Yeah. They're all here.
Now, where's the telephone? We've got to get the police up here and fast.
There is no phone.
No? How do you know without looking unless...
I told you I've been here before.
Oh, yes, I forgot. We'll go downstairs. There's a payphone in the lobby. Tell the police to come up here right away. Then come back and we'll wait for them.
You're not planning to leave while I'm downstairs, are you?
No. Here's a nickel. Just dial low and tell the operator you want the police. Hurry.
But you'll be here.
Call, I said. I wanted adventure, so I put an ad in a newspaper. And I certainly found what I wanted. Only this isn't good. The man is lying dead on the floor of this apartment. And Carla Williams and I will have to get down to the police headquarters and answer 1,000,000 questions. All of them embarrassing. I hope she's made the calls. Say, that's funny. Why would there be a telephone directory in a place where there's no phone? Or maybe there is one. Of course, right here in the hallway. I wonder why she said there was no phone here. Maybe it's been disconnected.
Operator. This is the operator.
Oh, fine. I've written a dozen stories like this. And whenever I've reached this point, the hero always finds that he's been framed. Framed? The gun. Yeah, I gotta look at that gun. Gotta find out if it's been fired. One shot has been fired. And the police surgeon will probably find a bullet from this gun in that dead man's body. The police. Seems like little Carla took care of that. Me, I'm going to take care of something else. I'm leaving.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Once again, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, right now I'm wishing I were half as smart as the heroes of some of my stories. I've got a murder, a strange woman, a strange apartment, and a strange feeling that this might not work out to a happy ending. What I need is a cab, a quick trip home, a short drink, and a long, long think.
Sure is a rotten night to be out.
Yeah, it sure is.
I never seen such rain.
Not so good.
Cops are sure busy tonight.
Sounds like it.
Wonder who they're after.
I wouldn't have any idea.
Could be a murderer, you know.
Yeah, just could be.
Just a night for a murder.
Perfect.
How come you got so wet?
It's raining.
I know, but how come?
My umbrella needs recovering.
You want the Normandy Arms?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's your building up ahead, but it looks like you got lots of company.
What do you mean?
Them's prowl cars, mister. All over the place.
Oh, this is very nice. Carla Williams called the police and must have mentioned my name in passing. I'm the type of interesting young fellow that any cop would like to meet, especially with a murder weapon in my pocket. Tonight, Mr. Holliday, I think you will sleep elsewhere.
Want me to pull right in where all them cops are?
No, they look busy, so maybe we'd better not bother them. Just keep on driving.
But this is where you live, ain't it?
I don't feel like going home tonight.
I could shove them cops aside, you know. This is legitimate hack.
That would be fun, but don't bother.
You're the boss, mister. Where to?
There's a place down on Franklin Avenue. 1612, I think.
I know that place. That's the cheapest hotel in town.
Yes, I believe it is.
Hey, how do you know about a place like that?
I got information there for a story.
What, a joint like that? What are you going there tonight for?
To sleep.
You writing another story?
I'm living one.
Living one?
Yes, I left my typewriter at home.
Mr. Holliday, to what do we owe this great pleasure?
Maybe you're just lucky.
More research on the seamier side of life?
No, not tonight. I'm looking for a room.
A room? Might I remind you, Mr. Holliday, this ain't the Roney Plaza.
Have you got a room?
Any particular exposure you might like?
The less, the better.
I'm sure we can fix you up. That is, if you're willing to pay in advance.
$1.50? How much?
$25, Mr. Holliday.
$25.
And if you committed the murder, it'll be $50, Mr. Holliday.
Come on, talk straight.
I don't want any trouble with the police.
What makes you think I'll cause you trouble with the police?
Little box called the radio, police calls. They're a lot of fun to listen to, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, I'll bet they are.
You'll be comfortable here and safe.
I'm beginning to wonder if I could afford it.
With your money? Don't make me laugh.
I wasn't trying to. Where's your phone?
The one on the wall costs a nickel.
Thanks.
You're staying tonight, Mr. Holliday?
Hello?
You got back there in a hurry.
You. Where are you?
Still in town. What about the police? They with you?
What do you think?
Thanks for putting in a good word for me.
I had to. They made me. Look, I want to talk to you.
I know that feeling. I want to talk to you, too.
I can explain everything.
Like a gun with one bullet fired?
Yes.
And a missing telephone that wasn't?
That, too.
Oh. Then you're just the little girl I want to have words with.
Can you come over here right away?
Are the police there?
Oh, that's right. Name a place, I'll meet you.
The corner of 6th and Victor. 10 minutes.
Right.
Follow me, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, where to?
Your room. This ain't the Roney Plaza, but the service is just the same.
I've changed my mind.
You're not staying?
Your rates are too high. I'll drop in again after I've made a fortune. Now I know how the fox feels when the hounds are closing in. Someday I'll have to write a story about a fox. Put that guy Burgess and his Peter Rabbit out of business. Hey, cab!
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, I get around, don't I?
I thought you were set for the night.
No running ice water. 6th and Victor.
Where did you say you wanted to go?
6th and Victor.
But there ain't no place to sleep there.
Oh, I'm not sleepy. I just want to examine a fire hydrant.
Okay, mister. I'm glad it's your money and not mine.
If we keep on, it will be your money.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Say, is that tonight's extra lying up there?
Sure. Want to take a look at it?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
That picture they got of you on the front page is lousy.
What picture?
You look like you was facing the camera through a screen door.
Yeah, let me see that. Well, this is just wonderful. Prominent writer named by police. Carla Williams accuses Dan Holliday of the murder of Harry Granger. Grief-stricken girl witnessed the murder of her fiancé. Well, nice going, Carla. It's your word against mine, plus the evidence against me. Now I know why they wrote that song, I Get Along Without You Very Well.
Well, there's 6th and Victor.
Cruise on by.
You ain't gonna stop?
I haven't made up my mind.
Looks like a couple of cops waiting around for somebody.
It's the way it looks to me.
That might be the law.
Yes, they might be.
What do you want to do now?
Get away from here and find a city directory. A chap by the name of Harry Granger should have a home, and he should have stayed in it. I'm either just ahead of the police or right behind them. And if this game keeps up much longer, I'll be right with them.
Yeah?
Oh, Harry Granger live here?
He did. You the police?
Well, no, not exactly.
A reporter?
I used to be.
Come here, you. I wonder if you're one of them blackmailers.
Just a minute, friend. My coat rips easy.
No, I guess not. If you were, you wouldn't be here.
Mind if I step in?
Come in, come in. This whole thing's got me all upset.
You don't say. Oh, You said something about a blackmailer.
That's what I'm here for. I came to help Harry get rid of those rats.
You mean he was being blackmailed?
For 5 years. I lent him most of the money to pay off with. I told him he was a sucker, but it looks like I got here too late.
You heard what happened?
Saw it in the papers on my way from the station.
Have you told the police?
Not yet, but I'm going to. Who did you say you were?
I didn't say.
You know something about this?
I think I do now. I began to see the light when the city directory listed this place as Granger's apartment.
Can I help?
You might get into trouble.
Well, how?
Breaking into a woman's apartment. After this, I'll use a fire escape and more of my stories are the most interesting things about a building. The man from homicide will be out in the hall seeing that no one comes in here. You'll have to work fast, Holiday. You'll have to find something that the police weren't looking for. There must be something. Bills, letters, cards, that's no good. Look for the obvious. That's what I always have my hero doing. Let's see, what's the obvious? Oh, the living room. Now, let's see. That's where the body was. Nothing obvious there. On the desk. No. The table. No. The fireplace. Hello. A small frame snapshot. And I think it might be just what I'm looking for. My old friend, the bartender, and Carla Williams. And with your arms around each other. You know, you two make a nice couple, a wonderful couple. I wonder if they'll let you have your arms around each other in the electric chair.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, I finally made it. I'm down at police headquarters in the office of a tall, gangly character named Lieutenant Kling. Of course, a few things have happened. Carla and the bartender were brought in, too. So much cooler than I am. Oh, those cell bars give you such fine ventilation.
Holiday.
What's that, Lieutenant?
I said you were a very lucky citizen. After what Carla Williams told us, we thought you were guilty.
If she'd have told me that story, I'd have believed it myself. Proving that she and the bartender were married put a crimp in her act as the injured fiancé.
Yeah, you showed it up as the same old racket. Smart woman teams up with smart man to blackmail innocent citizen. But just the same, I think you should stick to your writing and let police work alone.
Lieutenant, I'll have that printed and framed in blonde walnut.
Hanging on the wall?
No, around my neck.
I'm glad to hear you say that. You may not always have a guy like this Grant who backed up your story.
Oh, Granger's friend?
That's the one.
Say, he's a nice fella. Wants me to visit him on his ranch.
Why don't you do that?
Riding the range all day when I could be cooking in town?
Pardon me. Homicide, Lieutenant Kling. Oh, yes, he's here. It's for you, Holiday.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Mr. Holliday, this is Susie.
Yes, Susie.
Can you come down to the Star Times right away?
Well, what's the matter?
There's another letter for you in box 13.
Oh, no.
Should I open it and read it to you?
Oh, not now, Susie. I've got enough material to last me for a month. 3 weeks of which will be a rest.
Tell me where. Maybe I can come down and help you.
You really want to help me?
Sure I do, Mr. Holliday.
Then put that letter back in box 13.
But, Mr. Holliday...
Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
Buy wisely.
Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? Good. The book is on the shelf. Yes, here it is. Death Blew Out the Match. A very absorbing story of death and mystery on a small island. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was an evening early in May, and the waters around the Cape, just off the coast of Massachusetts, were buried under a fog as thick and as massive as any you'd want to see. Moving cautiously, a small boat makes its way slowly toward one of the islands off the Cape. In the boat are Elisha McCumber and Ann Waldron.
Well, this is something. I'm glad we're almost there.
Yep. You been scared, Miss Waldron?
Oh, not scared, Elisha, but if I hadn't bumped into you in New Bedford, I'd have spent the night there. Not even Noah himself could have persuaded me to take a boat ride in this fog. What's new on the island?
Oh, nothing much. Unless you're counting a mysterious stranger.
Mysterious?
Calls himself David Highland. Gets mail from New York, Washington, Boston, but near every day. Nobody knows what's in it. He don't talk.
Maybe he's an ex-sailor with a sweetheart in every port.
This could be. But I'm chairman of the Board of Selectmen, and it's my duty to keep the peace on that island.
Well, you've always managed, Elisha. What else is new?
Leonard Case is there, too.
Leonard?
Yep. 4 weeks now.
Then Myra Van Wyck must be there.
She ain't. I guess Mr. Case will be mighty glad to see you, Miss Waldron.
Why should he be glad?
Well, I reckon the fella gets pretty lonesome with a plaster cast on each leg.
Plaster cast, Leonard?
Got both his legs broken in an automobile accident a few months ago. I figured you might know about it.
No. No, I didn't know. Elisha, are you sure Myra isn't on the island?
Mm-hmm. You're still sweet on the fella, ain't you?
He doesn't mean a thing to me.
Maybe not. But summer last year, when Mr. Case turned from you to that Van Wyck woman, yep. I was mighty glad the season ended without a killing.
Thanks very much, Elisha. I'll go the rest of the way alone.
Oh, I don't mind taking you to your door, Miss Waldron.
You don't have to. I'll just follow this path around Myra Van Wyck's house, and that'll take me right home. Good night, Elisha. And thanks for everything.
Good night, Miss Waldron. Be careful.
Maybe I should have... Oh, well. Nothing ever happens here. What was that? Leonard? That's Myra's house, and it's closed tight. Someone's coming this way. Someone...
Hello. Fancy meeting you here.
Who are you? What do you want?
You sound like a native. Suppose I answer your first question first. Who am I? David Highland.
Highland?
Why don't you call me David? Then I can call you...
Ann Waldron.
Ann. Lovely. Your house is about 200 feet from here, isn't it?
Yes.
You expect to live there alone?
What business is it of yours?
Just this. You won't tell anyone that you met me tonight, will you?
I won't.
That's what I said. Because if you do, one of us will become very useless.
Hey, Mr. Case, there's a dame here to see you.
Dame? So we're in, sir.
Okay, Tootsie. Help yourself to the board. But don't make him nervous. He's in a very delicate condition.
Anne! Oh, Anne, darling, I'm so glad to see you.
Hello, Leonard.
You look beautiful. More beautiful
Hey,
than
Mr. Case, is it all right if I take the car and go for a drive into town?
Yes, beat it. Go anyplace.
I'll pick up some chow for the icebox while I'm there. You got a couple of preferences, maybe?
Buy anything you like, but for Pete's sake...
Okay.
Oh, don't look so surprised, Dan. The guy saved my life. Pulled me out of the wreck before the car went up in flames. Hang it if he doesn't turn out to be the best cook and butler this side of the Atlantic. I was hoping you'd come, Ann.
You were? What do you mean?
I knew you were on the island.
Oh, Elisha told you.
No, I saw you.
From here?
Hmm?
But my house is... Leonard, what have you done to this room?
You like? I had these walls ripped out and the glass put in their place. Nah, I don't miss a trick. I simply look through this telescope, and the island has no secret.
I see. Leonard, when is Myra coming?
She isn't.
Too busy in New York?
I hope so. The fact is, Myra and I are washed up. Silly, isn't it?
Is it?
The crazy thing about it is that I really thought I loved her. I must have been out of my mind.
Did you marry her?
It wasn't that crazy, Ann.
Put that crawl on your bed.
And I want you to meet Mabel, my little helpmate. When Sam's away, Mabel does the little odd jobs that make me comfortable. Watch. Mabel, my pipe. Oh, you're slipping, old girl. You forgot my tobacco pouch. Thank you. Now you may go out and get your lunch. And don't dig up anyone's garden.
For pity's sake, where did you pick that up?
Myra gave it to me.
Wow. Everyone to his taste. I don't think I... What's that?
What?
On your bed. It's a buckle off a woman's shoe.
Well, what do you know? Thing that bird will bring home with her.
Wait a minute, Leonard. I've seen this buckle before. Haven't you?
Haven't I? Why, I don't remember.
That's Myra's.
What are you talking about? Myra's in New York.
We'll soon find out. Give me that telescope.
But, Hello? Yes, she's here. Would you like to talk to her? Uh-huh. What? Good heavens, of course I'll tell her right away. Anne, you can stop looking.
What is it, Leonard?
Myra's here on the island. Elisha McComber just phoned. He wants you to go over to her house. She's been murdered.
Elisha?
Eh? Oh, Miss Waldron. You got here pretty quick, didn't you?
I can't believe it. Myra dead. When did it happen?
Sometime last night.
Last night?
The coroner says it must have took place between 11 and 12.
That's impossible.
Is it? Why?
Well, it was close to 12 when I left you. I took the path that runs around this place. The house was locked up.
Did you look to see?
No, there was no reason for me to look. You yourself told me Myra wasn't on the island.
I reckon I was wrong, Miss Waldron. Miss Van Wyck must have got here while I was in New Bedford.
Then that must have been it.
What was that, Miss Waldron?
The door. As I was passing by here last night, I heard the door open and close twice.
Of course, you didn't see anyone, did you?
As a matter of fact, I didn't.
Too bad. Would you like to see the body?
Must I?
It can't hurt you. It's right there in the living room. Come along. There she is, just like I found her.
Oh, her head's almost in the fireplace.
Yep. She was just about to light the fire with that match when death blew it out. You got any idea what killed her?
I? Well, why should I?
I thought you might have. It was cyanide of potassium.
Oh, how awful.
Uh-huh. But there's one thing that puzzles me, Miss Waldron. How did the killer get her to take it?
I don't know, Elisha.
There ain't a sign of a struggle in the room, and there ain't a mark on her body. Cyanide works like lightning. That means she was killed right here in this room.
But, Elisha, you keep talking about murder. How do you know it wasn't suicide?
Of course, I ain't never seen a corpse that get up dispose of the evidence.
Maybe she chewed it.
Huh? How would you be knowing about that, Miss Waldron?
That piece of gum near the fireplace.
I guess I must be slipping. Now, we'll see what the coroner has to say about this gum.
It was suicide, Elisha. I'm sure of that.
Why?
Ask Leonard Ace. He can give you all the facts.
I'm asking you, Miss Waldron.
I don't know them. Now, why did you send for me?
I wanted to hear what you had to say in the presence of the corpse.
But why me?
To my way of thinking, Miss Van Wyck was murdered. And I thought maybe I ought to have a talk to one person that had both motive and opportunity. That's you, Miss Waldron.
Well, are you trying to break down the door?
I must see you, Mr. Highland.
All right. Would you like to look at me here, or would you rather come in?
I'll come in.
Good. Sit down.
No, thanks. Mr. Highland, what were you doing out in the fog last night?
You won't call me David, will you?
Will you answer my question, please?
Sure. What were you doing out in the fog last night?
I was going home.
So was I. That makes us even, doesn't it?
Not quite. Myra Van Wyck's been murdered.
What? You don't say. On this quiet, peaceful island? Did you tell anyone you met me?
No.
Good girl. Yes. Always play it smart.
But I will, Mr. Highland.
Will you? Would you like to hang for the murder of Myra Van Wyck?
What?
Suppose I told Elisha that I saw you coming out of her house last night.
But you didn't.
How do you know I didn't?
Well, I didn't go in after I left you. I went right home.
Can you prove it?
Can I? Now, look here, Mr. Highland. What are you trying to do?
I don't want you to make any mistakes. You protect me, and I'll protect you.
You killed Myra.
Don't point, Miss Waldron. It's bad manners.
Why did you do it? All right. I'm going to find out, Mr. Highland. And what you came to this island for. And when I do...
Yes?
That letter on the desk. That's Myra's handwriting on the envelope.
Put it down.
Mailed from New York yesterday.
Give it back.
Didn't have to break my arm.
I'm sorry. It's such a pretty arm, too. And that's such a pretty neck.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. If you say one word about this letter to anyone, I'm going to put a rope around that neck for keeps.
Leonard, what am I going to do? Elisha thinks I killed Myra. And I can't prove that I didn't.
And I know you didn't, no matter what you thought of Myra. Oh, Elisha was here. I told him that she wanted to marry me, but, well, I couldn't do it.
Then she loved you?
I'm afraid so.
Leonard, it's possible then that Myra committed suicide.
No, just before you came in, Elisha phoned me. That piece of gum you found, there was no poison in it.
Oh.
Don't worry, darling. We'll find a way to get you out of it.
But, Leonard, who left that gum there?
A killer, no doubt. Listen, man, what about David Highland?
Who?
Don't pretend you don't know him. I saw you with him a little while ago.
You saw me?
Mm-hmm. This telescope. Oh. Why did you go to his house?
I can't tell you.
All right. Then maybe you can tell me what you and he were wrestling over. It was a letter, wasn't it?
Leonard, please don't ask me.
Wasn't it?
Yes, from Myra.
Myra? Well, what's he got to do with me?
I don't know. But, promise you won't tell anyone. Leonard, you must promise.
Why?
Well, just promise, that's all.
All right, dear. But we've got to know what was in that letter.
Yes, but how are we going to get it?
Now, I'll keep my telescope trained on his house. When David Highland goes out, I'll tell Sam. Shut up, Mabel.
Mabel? Leonard, that shoe buckle she brought in here this morning.
Yes?
That was Myra's. Oh, what a dunderhead I am. Why didn't I see it before?
See what?
Where did Mabel find that buckle? Certainly not in Myra's house. She must have found it outside somewhere. Don't you see what that means?
Uh-huh. That Myra wasn't killed in her own house. Say.
Now all we have to do is find out where she was killed. Leonard, how well have you got that crow trained?
Pretty well. Why?
That buckle. If you told her to put it back where she found it, would she do it?
I don't think so. She's not that smart.
Oh.
Besides, it's been hours since she brought it here.
All right. Then that letter from Myra might tell us what we want to know. I want to know the minute that man goes out. Now, let me see. The desk. Oh, he would keep it locked. I don't think he'd be so careless as to leave it under the chair cushions. No, that would be too obvious. Oh. Hello?
Anne.
Oh, what is it, Leonard? Is he coming back?
I haven't seen him, but it's getting dark, and I'm afraid I won't be able to keep watch for you much longer.
I can't leave now. I've got to find that letter.
But it might be dangerous. Suppose he walks in on you.
Well, I'll have to take that chance. Hold the wire. I'll go look some more.
All right, but hurry.
Chair cushions. Oh, no, of course not. That liquor cabinet. Who would think of looking in a liquor cabinet for a letter? Only it didn't get dark so that... There. Hello, Leonard.
Any luck, Anne?
Lindy, I've got it.
Bring it over here right away.
Leonard.
Well, what's the matter? Well, why don't you get out of there?
I'm afraid it's too late. Well, Leonard, send for Elisha McComber quick.
Is it Highland?
I can't see. It's dark. Get Elisha.
Anne!
Hey, you, Mr. Highland.
Huh? Why, Elisha McComber? What's all the excitement about?
And where do you think you're going?
I'm not thinking, Your Honor. I'm going for a walk.
Where's Miss Walden?
Anne? She's supposed to be here?
Yep. Let's go into your house.
All right, if you like. While we're doing that little thing, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
In time. Where is she?
I don't know. When I left for the village, the house was empty. When I came back, it was still empty.
She spoke to Mr. Case on the phone from here.
Really? Well, perhaps I should lock my door when I go out. Do you think my neighbors would disapprove?
Ain't none of my business. But this matter of Miss Waldron. Mr. Highland, would you be a gum-chewing character?
Gum-chew? Sometimes. When I want to get rid of a bad taste.
How did you get rid of the gum? Spit it out on the floor?
What do you mean?
Over there, by that table.
But, well, I'll
Maybe
be...
you will a lot sooner than you be expecting. Are you ready to talk about Miss Waldron?
Of course. Yes, I think she's beautiful. I think she's a charming girl. Now, if she were only a bit more friendly...
Is that all you've got to say?
No, but for the moment, it'll have to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe you better come with me.
Where?
To Miss Van Wyck's house.
Why there?
Me and my boys have given that place a mighty fine once over. Somebody that done a killing could think that we'd have no more reason to go back there. But we have, Mr. Highland. Come on.
Well, are you satisfied, Elisha? There isn't a trace of Ann Waldron upstairs or even down here in the cellar.
I ain't through looking yet, Mr. Highland.
Where do you expect to find her? In the coal bin?
Maybe. Hand me that shovel.
All right, but I...
On the other hand, maybe you better do the shoveling.
Hmm?
I can keep an eye on you that way.
Well, anything to make a select man happy, especially if he's the chairman of the board.
You're a mighty calm young fella, ain't you? Pretty sure of yourself.
I was brought up right.
What do you know about Miss Van Wyck?
She's dead.
The postman mentioned you got a letter from New York this afternoon. It was in a woman's handwriting.
I get lots of letters.
From dead people?
And you can never tell about that, Elisha. Sometimes you can swear a person is alive, and then after you've known him for a while, you...
But this
change your
letter,
mind.
Mr. Highland, the postman had an idea it was in Miss Van Wyck's handwriting, from what he remembers of her handwriting.
I didn't kill her. That's what you're leading up to.
Yep, that's what I'm leading up to. You got that letter?
Nope.
That'll suit yourself, Mr. Highland. You don't have to talk now.
Wait a minute. That suitcase, it was buried in the coal.
Well, I'll be swan. Open. Jumping G horse. Jewels.
Diamonds.
Well, it must be $1 million worth. So that's it. That's why Miss Van Wyck was killed.
Uh-huh.
She come back here too soon. Whoever was hiding this stuff here figured that she'd be in New York, maybe. And maybe not, Mr. Highland.
No?
Maybe that person knew she was coming back. Maybe him and Miss Van Wyck were sort of partners in a business that wasn't legal. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Highland?
I don't know. I don't go in for guesswork.
How about cyanide of potassium?
You're singing way off key, Elisha.
But you've got the right tune, ain't you? Put your hands up, Mr. Highland.
All right.
Now, just you walk up them stairs. And no monkey business, my friend. I got an eye like an eagle.
Operator, 124.
Hello?
Elisha, this is Leonard Case. Have you found Ann Waldron?
No.
Oh, good heavens, what are you doing about it?
I got searching parties out all over the island.
But what about David Highlands? From his house that she called for help.
He'll talk, Mr. Case, about Miss Waldron and about Miss Van Wyck, too.
You mean that he killed Myra?
Yeah? Well, Mr. Case.
Yes?
The folks here in the village tell me your car's been parked all day by the general store.
I know. My butler, Sam Ray, took it this morning. Send him back if you see him, will you?
Ain't nobody seen him since 2 o'clock this afternoon. I reckon you'll have to be advertising for a new butler, Mr. Case.
Well, that's ridiculous. Sam wouldn't quit me without notice.
Maybe not, but he ain't on the island.
Okay, sister, on your feet. Shut up. We're going to take a ride now in the open sea. Fresh air and just enough fog to keep me and you out of sight. Nice, isn't it? The way that fog comes in over the water. Perfect hideout. Even better than this stinking old tool shed. Tough, ain't it? You got so much to say, but that gag don't let you. Yeah. Okay, get going. Right down to the boat. Then maybe when we get way out in the ocean, I'll tell you a nice, interesting bedtime story. Okay, baby, this is it. Yeah, you're dying to talk, ain't you? Okay, I'll take off the gag. Yeah, you can scream, too. There ain't a soul around here to hear you, 8 miles offshore.
Sam Ray, when Leonard Case finds out about this,
What's he gonna do, fire me?
he'll... What have you got against me? Why did you bring me out here to kill me?
I don't like snoopers, baby.
But I was only trying to protect myself. Elisha McConville suspected me of killing Myra Van Wyck. I didn't do it. I had to find out who did.
So you went after a letter?
I thought it might give me a clue.
Yeah,
Did that letter contain any evidence, Sam?
plenty.
What kind of evidence?
You're sure a dame, ain't you?
Well, you can't be afraid to tell me now. I'll never have a chance to... Will I?
How right you are.
Well, are you going to tell me, or aren't you?
Baby, that letter meant the difference between $1 million and zero. That Highland guy...
Then he was mixed up with the death of Myra.
Shut up.
What's the matter?
Listen. There's a boat out there. You make one sound.
You listen.
Are you dirty little... Yeah. I'm going to finish you off right now and get out of here.
Get away from him, Miss Waldron. Get out of that boat.
Go ahead, Elisha. Go ahead. And that's the whole story, Leonard. If it hadn't been for Elisha, I'd be at the bottom of the ocean now.
Man, darling, I don't know what to say to you. I feel as though it's all my fault.
Nonsense.
Oh, but Sam worked for me. I trusted him. How was I to know that he was a diamond thief and that he'd killed Myra? He did kill Myra, didn't he, Elisha?
I reckon so. We got in the way of knowing now with him at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, all I can say is thanks for saving Ann. Now, how about a party to celebrate? Sam gone, I guess we'll have to rely on Mabel to do the honors. Mabel! Candy, Mabel, for the lady. If she could only cook. Mabel!
Oh, she flew out the window. Leonard, she's flying toward Myra's house.
Candy for the lady, eh, Mr. Kane?
I don't understand what got into that bird. She's never disobeyed orders.
And I reckon she ain't disobeying them now. She's flying to the only lady she knows. All right, Mr. Case, you can talk now. If you got a mind to.
But...
I got nothing to say.
That's your privilege. But you killed Myra Van Wyck by sending that bird out last night with a piece of poisoned candy. And you done it because you knew the lady would take the candy from the bird, maybe as an omen of reconciliation. Miss Waldron, did you know that Mr. Case and Miss Van Wyck was husband and wife?
Married?
Yep. I asked the police in New York to do a routine check on Miss Van Wyck, and they come up with the dope.
Leonard.
All right, so what? I didn't want her around. I told her to stay away from the island, to leave me alone.
And you had good reason to. She might have found them diamonds in her coal bin. That would have been too bad, wouldn't it? For you.
I couldn't take the chance of being implicated in a murder. I would have had to explain my position to Elisha.
But he's an officer of the law.
Rounding up a gang of smugglers was my job. Finding a murderer was his.
Yes. But what about that letter you received from Myra?
That, my dear, was an authorization for me to enter her house and search it.
Oh. Oh! What a... Oh,
What a little dope you are.
Mr. Highland.
Dave. Come on, let's take a walk.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Death Blew Out the Match, based on the story by Kathleen Moore Knight. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. Well, I'm the librarian. Yes. Come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story about a murderer who was revealed by postage stamps. It's called For the Hangman. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Mm-hmm. It's available now. Quite all right. And we'll look for you next week.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
United States Steel Corporation, 500,000 employees and stockholders, presents the Theater Guild on the Air. Our play tonight is Jakubowski and the Colonel by S.N. Behrman, based on the original by Franz Werfel, starring Louis Calhern as the Colonel, Annabella as Marianne, and Oscar Kalbeit as Jakubowski. And here is Lawrence Langner, co-director with Teresa Helburn of the Theater Guild, to tell you about tonight's play. Mr. Langner.
Ladies and gentlemen, our second play, Jakubowski and the Colonel, is not a play about military strategy, as you might imagine from its title, but a romantic comedy drama with serious undertones. It tells the adventures of a little refugee Jakubowski, a tall, handsome Polish colonel, and a beautiful French girl, Marianne. I'd like to take you behind the scenes tonight and tell you how this play came to be written. When the late Franz Werfel, author of the Song of Bernadette and co-author of Jakubowski, was a refugee in France, he met on a train another refugee. This refugee told him some amusing and romantic experiences he'd had escaping from Paris in a second-hand car owned by Baron Rothschild and driven by a Polish colonel. Some years later, Werfel told the story at a dinner party given by Max Reinhardt in Hollywood. A number of playwrights were present, including the famous author S.N. Behrman. Werfel told his story so amusingly that everyone at the dinner table was convulsed with laughter. And after dinner, no fewer than 3 playwrights took Werfel aside and suggested, very confidentially, that they collaborate on a play based on his story. And each suggested a different kind of play. Werfel was particularly interested in Mr. Behrman's ideas. But Behrman wanted to write a comedy, and Werfel wanted to write a drama. So they finally got together on a comedy drama. Ever since then, whenever anyone tells a funny story at a dinner table, I listen hopefully for another Jakubowski. But so far, no luck. You've selected our play tonight not only for its enchanting wit and romance, but also for its kindness and tolerance and human understanding. And now the play, Jakubowski and the Colonel.
This is Paris, on the evening of June 13th, 1940. There has been an air raid alert, and the guests of one of the small hotels have gathered down in the basement in the laundry where Madame Bouffier, the proprietress, is trying to make everyone believe that he's safe and secure.
Quiet! Quiet! Sit down, everyone. Now, are we all comfortable?
Madame Bouffier, why should the Germans kill me? I am an old woman. Help me.
Madame,
help
no more
me.
of that. If Monsieur Jakubowski were here, he would make you see you are foolish. Oh, I wonder where he is.
Does it matter?
Certainly it matters. Monsieur Jakubowski would tell you the sensible thing is to be sensible. Now, here we are. We are calm. We are quiet. We are... Monsieur, will you kindly knock before you burst into the room? Who are you?
Please, quick, I'm strange, and I'm looking for Polish Colonel Sherbinski. I must see him at once.
Colonel Sherbinski is upstairs in his room, asleep.
Asleep in an air raid?
Your colonel refuses to take air raids seriously. And that other Pole, his orderly, he also sleeps. Look, there on the table.
Where? Oh, Sabunievich. Wake up. Where's true, Mr. Colonel?
He not here?
Obviously he's not here. And I risked my life to bring him these documents. The Germans will be here any minute.
What did he say? The Germans already in Paris? Oh, merciful heaven.
Quiet, Madame. Quiet, everyone. Quiet. Be calm.
The Germans are in Paris. I heard him say.
The Germans are not in Paris, madame, believe me.
Oh, Monsieur Jakubowski. Oh, thank goodness you're here.
I've just been in the Rue Royale, and I assure you, there isn't a German inside. In fact, there isn't even a Parisian inside. I was the only one inside.
The Rue Royale? Monsieur Jakubowski? Suppose there had been a falling building or a bomb.
One Jakubowski more or less. The world has endured so much, it could endure that, too.
Inara, I left everything behind. I'm an old woman and I fled. Fled in France itself. I can't believe it.
You'll get used to flight, Madame Aron. I've spent all my life in a futile effort to become a citizen of some country. You know, I speak 7 languages fluently. Wrong, but fluently. My first migration was from Poland to Germany. Need I explain why I moved from Germany to Vienna and then Prague and then Paris? Paris, city of light. I understood exactly how Heine felt when he got here. And I said to myself, you are Heine, without a genius. And now I have a feeling but there's ahead of me still another migration. Well, you see, one gets used to it.
But the Germans are coming. What should we do?
Yes, Monsieur Jakubowski, what do you say to that? My poor mother always used to say, no matter what happens in life, there are always two possibilities. And that's true. For example, right now, it is a dark moment. And yet, even now, there are two possibilities. The Germans, either they come to Paris or they'll jump to England. If they don't come to Paris, it's good. But if they do come to Paris, again, there are two possibilities. Either we succeed in escaping or we don't. If we succeed, that's good. But if we don't succeed, there are always two possibilities. The Germans, either they'll put us in a good concentration camp, or they put us in a bad concentration camp.
Two fine possibilities.
Please, I cannot wait any longer.
Who is this? What is it you cannot wait for?
These documents I must give to Colonel Scherbinsky. Where is he?
Kamenevich? Yes, Colonel.
Oh, thank goodness.
Kamenevich, you will prepare our departure from Paris.
Yes, Colonel.
Oh, and Kamenevich, go pack my things. Do not forget my violin, eh? I will go for a stroll and perhaps buy myself a souvenir of Paris.
But Colonel Jabinski, you cannot go now. There's an air raid.
Air raid? By whom is this air raid?
It is the Germans.
Hey, you think I fear the Germans? You think I do not know the sound of German bombs and which way they come? When I hear them, I walk the other way.
But if you open the door, you show a light in the street, and then they will padlock my hotel.
Oh, no, they will not. They will lack the time. Tomorrow, the police of Paris will be running errands for the Germans.
Do you mean, Colonel, that the Germans will meet with no further resistance?
This I know because I have seen. The French divisions, fine soldiers, have nothing with which to fight. The regiment I command is a force of 3,000 Polish boys. Now of them is left only 15. And I am their father. I lost my children, 3,000 of them. This I know. This I feel here in my heart.
Then, Colonel, it is your considered opinion that France is lost.
Oh, no, monsieur, she is not lost. Bureaucrat, you speak to one of Pilsudski's colonels. I deliver the papers, my own method, my own way, my own time.
If you're not there on the afternoon of the 18th, the corvette will sail without you.
If necessary, I swim to London. Chabanevich, we leave Paris now.
How?
I take plane.
Last plane leave yesterday night.
All right, I go by car.
Vice-consul go off yesterday night. He take all 4 cars.
Now, what for is pig need 4 car? If no car, gets me horse.
Horse?
Why not? In one day, a good horse covers as many kilometers as your medium tank, eh? Pack my trunk, put in everything you see.
Colonel, if you please.
Who is this?
My name is Jakubowski, S.L. Jakubowski. In a certain sense, I'm a countryman. I, too, was born in Poland.
About this, there is nothing I can do.
To understand, Colonel, it's very important for you to leave Paris.
Monsieur, what is your name?
Jakubowski, by your leave.
You eavesdrop on my conversation.
Eavesdrop? Why do I have to eavesdrop if I hear without eavesdropping? So my suggestion is that possibly we can get a car in which to leave Paris.
We?
The good Madame Bouffier here, she has spoken to me of a car for sale. If the car were available, we could take it together.
Monsieur, you persist in the use of this intimate pronoun, we. If I travel alone. When I travel with company, it's company that I choose.
Admirable way to travel, and from my side, I would choose you gladly, because you are strong men. If you will forgive me for saying so, I'm a resourceful man. So strength plus resourcefulness. Isn't that a good combination for an emergency? Tell me frankly, sir, your opinion.
I do not understand your mentality.
Everything prepared to go, Colonel.
Then we must go, Chabanevich. The lady is waiting. Must not keep lady waiting is not gracious.
Lady? Where?
Have I not explained? Mademoiselle Rollet. I promised to take her with me.
Colonel, forgive me. The errand is over. Might this not be a good time to resume our conversation?
Oh, you are Monsieur Wolfson, no?
Yes, Jakubowski, if you don't mind. My poor mother always used to say, no matter how hopeless things look, there are always 2 possibilities.
I disagree with your mother.
But I can prove it mathematically.
Now, why do you speak to me mathematically? Hear me, Monsieur Wolfson. For a true man, there is 1 possibility.
That's not enough. With 1 possibility, I can't maneuver.
I repeat, Monsieur Wolfson, for a man of honor, there is 1 possibility.
If that were true, I would be dead I don't know how many times. I must tell you, sir, that this may be the last chance to get a car in Paris.
All right, I go on horseback.
They will be never in Saint-Jean-de-Luz on the 18th.
You
go on horseback.
You eavesdrop this, too? Chabanevich, disengage me from this fellow.
Monsieur Jakubowski, the man is here to show you the automobile.
Yes, I am coming.
Colonel, please, he is going. Maybe he get comfortable car. Oh, look, Colonel, he's gone.
You know I travel alone. Well, what are you waiting for? Marianne waits me at Sancerre.
Marianne? At Sancerre?
Sancerre.
I explained once. I never explained twice. Sanseria.
Well, I thought the lady was here. Sanseria is not.
Of course it's not. You think I think it's in the east, the south, the west?
But that is where the Germans are.
Since when do I fear the Germans?
But, Colonel...
Marianne awaits me. Marianne, I come to you.
But Colonel, Sanseria is north. Colonel, I beg you, Colonel. Oh, I wish Colonel was Jakubowski. Then maybe we get out of Paris.
Now, monsieur, what is the name?
Jakubowski.
Monsieur, having brought this beautiful automobile to the doorstep of your hotel, I now ask you to consider nothing but the plain facts. Huh? Now, where are the Germans? At Meaux. Which way are they marching? This way. Tomorrow they'll be marching at the Champs-Élysées. What an optimist I am. This evening.
Come to the point, if you please.
The Germans will enter Paris from west, northwest. Whereas here, before you, stands one of the most faithful autos in France, ready to drive you west, southwest.
Come to the point, if you please.
In this car, monsieur, you will travel like a king.
I don't want to be so conspicuous. Come to the point. What do you want? I've been listening to your talk for 20 minutes. Your wife and your children are as familiar to me by now as my own face. I know what you want to eat, to drink, what newspaper you read, but what do you want for the car?
Monsieur, this superb vehicle will cost you a mere flea bite. 40,000 francs.
Thank you very much for your trouble. Goodbye.
Monsieur, please. I await your counter proposals. Did I say 40? I meant only 30.
I want to buy this car. You want to sell it. Fact?
Fact.
You told me the Germans will be here any minute. You have to sell this car or the Germans will dump it in the river. Fact? Fact. And look at the tires. And under the hood. Oh, my goodness. What's going on in there? Black and crazy, a regular Dante's Inferno in there.
Monsieur, that motor works like my own heart.
How do I know you haven't got a heart condition? So all in all, this venerable monument isn't worth 10,000 francs.
Monsieur.
Attention, monsieur. The final price is 15,000.
Monsieur, for the sake of my children.
For the sake of your children, 16,000.
You are overreaching an old soldier of Verdun.
For the sake of Verdun, 17,000. Here, take it.
I take it. Here's the ownership license and the ignition key.
Ignition key? What do you do with the ignition key?
Monsieur, in the lock, you... No, not in the door lock, no. Monsieur, you don't know what to do with the ignition key?
Now it occurs to me that I don't know how to drive a car. At home, I always had a driver.
Charbonnier? Well, good luck, monsieur. I must go.
Charbonnier, why do you say there's no car left in Paris? Here is car?
Yes, Colonel. Here she stands.
Colonel, maybe I can negotiate.
Why negotiate? You're welcome to it. Are you by any chance, Colonel, an automobilist?
I am cavalryist.
But modern cavalry is motorized.
In Poland, no.
Since we are now away from the advantages of Poland, can you drive an automobile?
If road is correct and straight, I can drive. Curve, I do not care to see. I remember you now. You are Monsieur Leibowitz.
Yes, Jakubowski.
You are Pole?
I was born in Poland. It's the first of my native land.
Oh, so? Where in Poland were you born?
In the village of Studno, near Kazin.
So, Studno near Stanislav. My father has great estates there, owns many villages.
Perhaps it's interesting for us to travel together.
Interesting? How interesting?
Psychologically. You are, if I may mix a boy, suddenly cast in a new role. Instead of being in the enviable position of persecuting other people, you're persecuted yourself. Now, I am used to that, and I'll help you get used to it, too.
I need no help from you, monsieur. But since you are countryman, Monsieur Yolovsky, I will tell you. I have vital documents for our Polish motherland's fight for freedom. If I consent to drive your car, it's not for help, only for purpose to bring out from danger these important papers.
Naturally, I accept the honor.
Of course, I cannot deny any man's right to be patriot. Monsieur, I will drive. Everybody, get in the car.
Colonel, first let me tell you, I have learned our route. Main Boulevard, Place La Bastille, Ivry, and then down Route Nationale West, Southwest.
You are wrong, Yolovsky. Our route is Champs-Élysées. Saint-Cloud, Neuilly, Route Nationale West, Northwest.
Northwest? Something wrong with my hearing? Did he say Northwest?
That's what he said. That's where we go.
Northwest? Yeah, the Germans. Colonel, dear. I don't ask for a shoe larger than my foot, but after all, it's my car, isn't it?
My car? What means this my car, Jakubowski? On stormy sea, you say this lifeboat is my lifeboat? The devil take you. I leave this car. Dominevich? Horses.
Monsieur Jakubowski, you should not irritate Colonel. We go first to pick up lady.
Lady? What kind of lady?
Lady love.
And I suppose a lady who would interest the Colonel to such an extent where he risks his life on documents, well, she must be a very rare person.
Of course.
Colonel, excuse me. You're right. You are a strategist. You have a plan. Which direction you like, I agree.
All right. I get in car. Where is the thing that starts? Here? Now we go. Yolowski, what dirty thing is this? I give her spurs to this villain, she don't move.
My dear Colonel, why don't you release the brake?
What's this, the brake? Oh, the brake. I release.
Paris, farewell. We desert your dear city because we flee from the Germans, west-northwest. I don't understand that myself.
We go! Arrive.
Yes, but where?
At Sanseria. Behold, we stand at the gate of Marianne's home. Here is the object of my heart's desire.
And may I point out, my dear Colonel, we are so 12 hours nearer to the Germans. I ask you, Colonel, is this a time to stop for ladies?
To this lady in this house, this Colonel has given his word to return. But this, of course, you would not understand because the concept of honor is not for you.
Your concept of honor is a little exclusive, sir. Don't you think?
I do not think. I feel. I act. Food I eat, gun I shoot, horse I ride, woman I love, and honor I defend.
Admirable, a Renaissance figure as sure as the world is round.
Who says that?
Who says what?
That the world is round?
I don't insist. There is no doubt, Colonel, you have one of the finest minds of the 15th century. Unfortunately, I live in the 20th.
Colonel, look, is light in window of house. I go knock.
Now, blow the horn.
You wake lady with automobile horn. I break your hands for this. Shamonevich, child, hand me my violin. We serenade her.
I implore you, Colonel. See your lady and let's go. You picked this moment for a recital? You too, Zabunievich, a mouth organ, a regular orchestra. Is this real? The earth is crimson, Poland lies slain, and this last of her dead stands here fiddling in the moonlight. It's a grotesque dream, my dream.
Silence, if you please.
Tadeo!
Marianne, I am returned.
I'm here, Tadeo.
My arms wait to receive you. Shabunyevich, stop this unsuitable music. Marianne, I speak quick. We must go.
Go?
Yes, to Bordeaux, to London.
Then it's true. France is defeated.
For the moment.
Everybody said it. And now you say it. Then it must be true. France is... Oh, who is that?
Oh, no, not to be frightened, my life. It's only S.L. Jakubowski.
The modest owner of this car, mademoiselle, which bears us all to safety.
Marianne, please to go and pack.
No, Tadeusz, my love. I cannot leave. I've never left France. I never shall.
But I demand. It's necessary we do not part.
Colonel, if you please.
You interrupt, Jakubowski. What do you want?
I overheard your discussion.
Always you eavesdrop.
The Colonel, my dear lady, is a peculiar man. When he shouts to me and I answer, he says, I eavesdrop. But, madame, if I may make so bold, right now, the shortest distance between this gate and that house behind that gate is Bordeaux, London, and back. And please remember, madame, to come back here, the Colonel risks his life.
Tadeusz.
And what's more, he risks mine. Did we do that for nothing?
You mean, Monsieur Jakubowski, you are returning to fight for France again?
Not I, he.
No, he is no soldier, Marianne.
I fight in my own way. Here I am a superfluous man. But even a superfluous man wants to go on being superfluous. Please, madame, hurry, join us.
This Jakubowski is very funny.
Oh, he is traveling acquaintance merely?
But amusing and sympathetic. Oh, Tadeusz, I will have to pack my things.
And I will help. Jakubowski, get gasoline. You see, my Lord Jakubowski is a very obliging person. Car, hotel room, gasoline, what you will, Jakubowski provides.
If he gets gasoline, that's wonderful help. Monsieur Jakubowski, good luck.
Jakubowski, fill up the tank.
Fill up the tank. Easy to say. Pipeline to the sky. Good evening. I beg your pardon, officer. I didn't see you arrive. Good evening.
May I see your safe conduct pass, monsieur? Also your identification, if you please.
The one fate you can't escape, your own identity.
May I ask, monsieur, what are your personal plans?
My personal plans are so fluid, I'm apt to drown in them.
As a foreigner, you have no right to fluctuate freely without the proper authorization.
But I'm fluctuating under compulsion, not freely.
This paper you hand me, monsieur, gives you a basic place of residence as Paris. To move to where you are now, you are required to submit to the Commissariat of Police an application which will then be transmitted to the Prefecture, which, after examination, will forward your application to the Central Military Bureau of Circulation, which will then decide whether you have the right to move to this spot to which you have already moved.
But, officer, I assure you, I find this spot most uncomfortable.
What's that? Gun. Must be the Germans.
Officer, when I hear that, I have an irresistible desire to leave the soil of France. Please tell me, how should I go about it?
That would require an unofficial explanation. I cannot give an unofficial explanation until I am off duty.
When will that be?
9 o'clock.
Wait, it is now 1.5 minutes to 9.
Too soon. In the meantime, I can tell you officially that for the purpose of leaving France, you must apply to the nearest sous-prefecture, first executing 3 questionnaires, each with photograph, profile showing right ear with a fee of 27 francs 75 centimes. A special commission will then investigate whether you're worthy to set foot on French soil and whether you're worthy to leave it. However, I must frankly tell you that your prospects are nil. After all, what consideration can you expect from a government which you have caused so much clerical work? You better come along with me. If you don't mind, we will ride in your car.
But, officer, that's my greatest difficulty. I have no gasoline.
No gasoline? What a pity.
Officer, look, it's 9 o'clock.
Then I'm off duty. Here, take this stamped document. My colleague in Saint-Cyry will furnish you with 30 gallons of gasoline at the standard price. Good evening, monsieur, and good luck.
Goodbye, my friend, and thank you.
Monsieur Jakubowski.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Oh, Monsieur Jakubowski, would you help me with these packages? I think you are so nice to take us off in your car. Did you get gasoline?
Yes, you're good fortune, mademoiselle. A warm rain came down from heaven, and behold, it was gasoline.
Pipeline from the sky.
Yes.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, Thaddeus. Nothing.
Well, why do you laugh, Jakubowski?
For no reason.
Marianne, it's not possible to take all these packages.
Why not?
Well, because there is no room. Cannot take all this stuff.
Colonel, you are a great man, but as a refugee, I'm more experienced. Nothing is so warming to morale in difficult hours as a few familiar knickknacks. It's important, especially for a lady.
You are so understanding, Monsieur Jakubowski. But we'll compromise, Thaddeus. I will leave behind this hat box.
This will help a great deal. This hat box is no bigger than little cabbage.
Colonel.
Yes?
Saw papers in little hat.
Governorich, what is this you say?
Hide documents in little hat.
Attention, I have important idea. We will take this little hat box, Marianne. In your little hat, we will sew my documents. The Germans will never think to look for them there. Now, at last we go. Marianne, the back seat. Shobanevich, beside me in France.
But it's so crowded here in the back of the car. Monsieur Jakubowski, where will you sit?
With great happiness at your feet.
Shobanevich, change places with Jakubowski.
No, I like him here. He comforts me.
Less and less I like this Jakubowski. We go!
You are listening to the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. Tonight's play is Jakubowski and the Colonel, starring Louis Calhern, Annabella, and Oscar Carlwright. And now, before our second act begins, speaking for United States Steel, here is the well-known reporter of the American Broadcasting Company, George Hicks.
Good evening. One of the strangest schoolhouses I've ever heard of was an old railroad passenger car.
On the inside of the car were blackboards and a small elevated stage from which the teachers held their classes. There was even a portable motion picture unit. This little red schoolhouse was borrowed from a local railroad by United States Steel and moved from one part of a huge plant to another by regular plant locomotives. The students were steel workers of all ages, both men and women, who were getting special training to advance them in their jobs. This rolling schoolhouse was part of U.S. Steel's tremendous employee training program begun long before the war. Benjamin Fairless, now president of U.S. Steel, back in 1936, summed up Steel's philosophy of training by saying that it provides job opportunities limited only by the capabilities of the individual and benefits not only the individual but the community and industry as well. And that's exactly the way it worked out. Through this upgrading method, workers, under the expert guidance of their foreman, not only increased their ability to smash war production records, but also helped themselves to better jobs at better pay. I think you'd be amazed at the detailed thoroughness of the various courses given for employees by U.S. Steel. A man taking an apprentice course in sheet metal working, for example, goes through all phases of his actual work before he qualifies. That's in addition to classroom work in mathematics, mechanical drawing, and economics, plus a series of shop talks on subjects vital to the particular trade he's chosen for himself. And he gets paid all the time he's learning. Just as this training benefited the nation at war, so is it important today as U.S. Steel resumes its peacetime operations, training men for the production of steel, the strength of the nation in peace as in war.
In just a moment, we will return to tonight's play. And now we continue with the second act of Jakubowski and the Colonel, starring Louis Calhern as Colonel, Annabella as Marianne, and Oscar Cartwright as Jakubowski. The three of them, and Sabanievich, the Colonel's orderly, are now on the highway to Saint-Jean-de-Luz, hoping to escape to England.
Jakubowski, what has happened to your automobile?
No more gas.
Listen.
German plane.
Quick! Out of the car. Under the trees.
Please excuse me. I'll be back.
Jakubowski, where are you going?
Colonel, you will notice that at this moment we are at least 24 hours behind schedule if we are to meet them, the men with the gray gloves at Saint-Jean-de-Luz.
Schedules I do not bother with. To arrive is enough.
I think the nearest city is Bayonne. Being a city, it may have gasoline to bring back for the car. In Bayonne, they might even have something for us to eat, too.
But you'll have to walk.
My dear lady, this is a time when whole nations are taking exercise. Goodbye.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Dominevich, take the blanket out of the car. We rest.
Colonel, I think it's better we walk also.
Walk?
Monsieur Jakubowski will not come back to war Germans. He is not fool. He ran away.
Possible. He left so quickly.
But why should he stay here when we are out of gasoline?
Why should he come back?
I think he might have reason.
Is it possible his reason would be you?
Oh, do you think so?
I am not a suspicious man, but less and less I like this Jakubowski.
Tadeusz, I feel certain Monsieur Jakubowski will return. Oh, it's so nice here under the trees. Why do you keep walking up and down? There. I've thrown down all your precious papers under the lining in my hat. Now, I'll put it in the hat box. And now, I'll put a patch on your poor coat.
Without my uniform, I feel like not a man.
But, Tadeusz, those clothes you are wearing are a disguise. Under the conditions, they're a kind of uniform, too, aren't they?
This sounds like Jakubowski. Now, all the time you talk to Yakubowski, sometimes I come upon you, you stop talking. Suddenly you stop. Why do you stop?
I suppose Monsieur Yakubowski...
I do not ask you why he stopped. I ask you why you stopped. This is how I suspect. You no longer feel like me. You feel like Yakubowski.
Oh, Thaddeus. Just because you are angry, you needn't throw things. That is Monsieur Yakubowski's raincoat. You shouldn't throw it on the ground.
You throw away my heart, I throw away Yakubowski's raincoat.
How can you say things like that?
He loves you, this Yakubowski.
Ridiculous. Oh, do you think so? Perhaps he does, a little bit. I find it touching. Very...
Oh, obviously you do. Never did I think I would have for rival S.L. Yakubowski. But no way out. If he returns, we fight.
Thaddeus, have you no other way of coping with the situation than to fight?
For man upon honor, there is no other way.
You should be grateful to Monsieur Yakubowski.
If he comes back, I will show my gratitude by allowing him to engage me on the field of honor.
The field of honor. It's quite true. You are a medieval man, Thaddeus. Yes, that idea I got from Monsieur Yakubowski. Oh, Thaddeus, why do we quarrel when we are so hungry? You should know I love you. It is only for you and with you that I would leave France for even an hour.
Then I am able for anything. Mm-hmm. My melancholy vanish. Let me give you a kiss.
Darling.
Hello. Look, all of you, please. Some exotic meat and bread and cheese. And Colonel, especially for you, this fine cognac. All for you.
1912. Bad year. But very well, we drink. Have you got gasoline in your pocket, too?
I'm working on the problem. Try one of these hard-boiled eggs, my friend.
Yakubowski, I resent you always tell me what to do.
Is that all about me you resent?
No.
Thaddeus, please stop this. I don't want any more nonsense about Monsieur Yakubowski. Many women, I'm telling you, would be very lucky to get him. And especially in times like these.
Very well. This so desirable gentleman, I challenge you.
Challenge?
Yes.
To what?
To duel. To fight.
What for?
Shabunevich, my pistols. Yakubowski, you are afraid of me.
Yes. Mayan, do you know what I heard in Bayonne? The armistice has been signed. The Germans are going to occupy most of France.
Yakubowski, why do you fear me?
Thaddeus, I won't have this.
You hear this, Yakubowski? He says he's afraid of me. I tell you the truth, I am afraid of him.
Thank you for the compliment.
Yes, I, Shabinsky, who have fought the Nazis on the Prut, on the Vistula, on the Somme. I, who have never known fear, now I know fear. I am afraid of you, Yakubowski. I'm afraid of the silence you have made between Marianne and me. I'm afraid of the thoughts you have that you make her share. I'm afraid of the laughter that flies when I approach. Talk against you I cannot, but fight you I can. Fight you I must. To prove to myself I do not fear, I fight, because if I fear, I die.
But to prove this to yourself, I'll probably have to die.
Perhaps you will kill me. Why not?
Why not? Then who will drive the car?
You are too practical.
Too practical. That's the trouble, my young. He's a 15th century man, but unfortunately I live in the 20th.
20th century? I do not like.
I don't like it either. What can I do about
20th century has no poetry, no heroism, no honor. 20th century is full up with fleas and disinfectants and fleas. Everything is sanitary, sterilized, small rooms, good, cheap manufacture. But where is style? Who gives elegance? These things I see no more. What is modern is small. You are small men, Yakubowski. By fighting you, I give you stature. What the Nazis take away from you, I give you back. Honor.
And what if I kill you? Why not? In my veins flows the blood of great fighters, David, Saul. And the truth is, yes, to the truth, you are right, Colonel. I do love her. I'm happy to say the word for once. I'm happy to hear the word for once. I love her. I love her. I love her. Pistols. Mayan, will you forgive me if I kill him? I still couldn't drive a car. Before we begin, Colonel, Jabunevich is your second. Who is mine?
I am.
And I must survive. But first, one technicality, one little technicality.
What is this technicality?
In my knowledge of dueling, gained mainly from reading novels by Schnitzler, I have the impression of the man who is challenged to challengee has a choice of weapons, correct?
Correct.
Then I don't like this gun. It doesn't suit me.
But he is exactly the same as mine.
Let me see. This other one is much better. With this gun, I feel I could work wonders.
All right. I will change. Shabanievich, pour me a glass of cognac.
I won't let you fight. I'll stand between you if you fight. Your bullets will pass through me.
Yes, Marianne, please stand in front of me for just a moment.
Why? Oh, what are you doing? You take the bullets out of the gun?
Yes.
The gun you trade to the colonel, you take the bullets out of it also?
Yes.
Oh, what a lovely duel.
Marianne, stand aside. Colonel, prepare to meet your maker. May God have mercy on your soul.
10 paces.
5 paces.
All right. 5 paces. Shabanievich?
Ready, gentlemen?
Ready?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Look, the Germans. They're here.
Put down both guns. Don't know. We have you covered. What is this duel about? What? Well, say something. Madame, what is this little fellow pointing a pistol at the big fellow for?
I'm trying to tell you, this tall gentleman, my opponent, can't speak. He has an obsession.
Obsession? What kind of obsession?
He believes that every man, in this instance me, has betrayed him with his wife, so he insists on dueling. In the last 4 days, he has killed me 6 times. It's the only way to bring him back to the insane asylum where he escaped during a bombardment. As you can see, these guns are empty.
Let me see. They are empty. Very interesting. This could only happen in France, typically French. Let me see your papers.
My papers?
Yes.
Here.
Jakubowski, unmistakable. Former member of the German Reich, now denaturalized.
I have checked the lady's papers. Everything is in order.
That's fine. Now, may we leave?
Not you, Jakubowski. I'll keep your papers.
My papers?
Yes. But if you take his papers, in these times, how will he exist?
Without my papers,
Without papers, Jakubowski, you are exactly what you are with papers. Come to see me at headquarters tomorrow. Ethan, over this way. Let us speak in private.
I am coming.
What do you think of this fellow that cannot speak?
You are the Gestapo man here. That is your department.
There's something about his face that's familiar to me.
Well, let us take him along.
Might be wiser to see where he goes. They're escaping fast. I think I'll let this fellow go, but on a leash. He will lead us to the man we want.
Suit yourself. I will tell them. Madame, you will not be annoyed farther. But get this dangerous patient of yours to the nearest clinic at once.
That's the trouble. Madame wants to go there, but she has no gasoline. Could you help her out with a few gallons?
Of course.
Sergeant, give these people a 5-gallon tin of gasoline.
You see, we have strict instructions to treat the population of the enemy countries with the most polished courtesy.
Here's your gasoline.
Put it down. Thank you.
Right about, face.
Monsieur, they are gone. Are we safe?
Marianne, you must go.
And leave you?
I can't leave. He took my papers.
Monsieur Jakubowski, I thank you for saving my life. I will send to Polish government in exile for decoration for you.
May I take this loaf of bread instead?
Certainly, monsieur.
Now I'm armed for the future.
Colonel, it begins to rain. It's necessary we go.
Good luck, Monsieur Jakubowski. I hate to leave you.
I have a memory and I have a hope. Thank you for both.
Get in the car, mademoiselle. Colonel, quick.
No. I have reconsidered.
Why, Colonel?
Jakubowski looks like civilian. In these rags, also I look like civilian. But I am soldier. And so is Jakubowski. I cannot desert my men, even if he is only volunteer. Jakubowski, you come with us.
Colonel, you must remember, without papers, I would attract danger to Mademoiselle, yourself, Jabunievich, not to mention Poland itself.
Poland? Oh, you are right. I had forgotten. Officer like myself cannot even have emotion.
He can't even think. Get into the car, please.
Close door. Start motor, Colonel. Release brake.
Monsieur Jakubowski, please take care of yourself. Put on your raincoat. It's over there, on the ground.
I will.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Strange, appropriate. Where's my coat? There's something under it. The hat box. The hat. That Schlemiel has forgotten his papers.
listening to the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. Tonight's play is Jakubowski and the Colonel, starring Louis Calhern, Annabella, and Oscar Carlweiss. Before we start our third act, here again for United States Steel is George Hicks.
When General Edward Braddock, back in 1755, set out to attack Fort Duquesne, a young officer in his army who knew the ways of Indian warfare suggested that the general deploy his men so that they would be safe from ambush. The young officer was George Washington. But in spite of this advice, General Braddock marched his men in typical close formation. And as the British Army approached the site where Pittsburgh now stands, the Indians attacked from ambush. A stunning defeat was inflicted, and Braddock was mortally wounded. On the site of this massacre at Braddock, Pennsylvania, a little over 100 years later, another great pioneer, Andrew Carnegie, started his first steel works. Carnegie foresaw the importance of rail transportation in our young country. He had seen iron rails wear out in 6 weeks, and he knew that steel rails lasted longer and cost less. So ground was broken on this old battlefield for the Edgar Thomson Works. The Edgar Thomson Works is today known as the mother steel plant among 16 major plants now operated by Carnegie Illinois Steel Corporation, one of the subsidiaries of United States Steel. The manufacturing operations of Carnegie Illinois Steel Corporation center in 2 major areas, the Chicago-Gary and the Pittsburgh-Youngstown districts, in each of which Carnegie Illinois and its 100,000 employees are proud to play an important part in the community life. 2 mills in the Chicago district and 1 in the Pittsburgh district are among the world's largest steel mills. During World War II, Carnegie Illinois alone produced as much steel as all of Germany. Carnegie Illinois produces steel for our country's new buildings, for railroads and other forms of transportation, for automobiles and farm implements, refrigerators, stoves, washing machines, and many other household appliances. Also tin plate in which to pack the nation's food, and alloy and stainless steel for a wide variety of specialized uses in the home and industry. Carnegie Illinois, an important member of the United States Steel family, is producing the steel which will help to provide the better things we've all been waiting for.
And now for the third act of Jakubowski and the Colonel, starring Louis Calhern as the Colonel, Annabella as Marianne, and Oscar Carlweiss as Jakubowski. Separated from his friends, Marianne and the Colonel, and stripped of his identification papers, Jakubowski has managed to make his way to Saint-Onge-de-Luz, where the man with the gray gloves awaits the Colonel.
Bartender, cognac.
Excuse me.
Are you speaking to me?
My name is Jakubowski. I've just arrived in Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and I came to this cafe because I was told it was the place to go.
Well?
I don't often tell my experiences to strangers, but I have had a very interesting adventure. I've been traveling with a Polish officer.
Is that interesting?
As I was saying, our journey was interrupted, but I don't understand why the Colonel is still not here. Don't you think some effort should be made to find out what happened?
Why do you ask me?
Because I noticed you are wearing gray gloves.
Be careful. Look, outside Gestapo.
Excuse me, I'm going to step in there.
Here they come.
Everyone stand still.
All right, sir. You wish to speak to this scum?
This is an interesting place. I don't see the people who were escaping in the automobile. Look in the men's washroom.
Yes, sir. Nobody is in there, sir.
We'll come back some other time.
Litla. All right, everyone. They're gone.
Bartender.
Yeah, what will you have?
Where's that anxious little man that was here a moment ago?
Didn't you notice? He went into the washroom. Pierre, call out the little man.
Yes, sir.
No, not in the men's room. He went into the ladies' room.
All right, sir. You can't come out now. You were lucky.
Not lucky, scientific. I've learned that males, even policemen, have a reluctance to investigate a place reserved for ladies.
Now, about this colonel of yours, I'm afraid I can't wait. If he comes, will you give him a message?
Yes.
The Germans are watching the waterfront. We've had to change our plans. The corvette will pick him up at the mole at Hendaye, 5 miles south of here. Goodbye.
1 second, please. On this corvette, will there be possibly a place for me?
I'm sorry, out of the question.
That's a man of few words.
Everyone's gone home. Those Bosch always frighten away my customers. Good night, monsieur. I'm going to lock up.
No. Don't do that. Then my friend couldn't get in.
What friend? Shh, quiet. They're here again. Gestapo.
Excuse me. I'll be in the ladies' room.
I'll go with you. It's all right, Colonel. Come in. Nobody here.
The man with the gray gloves, he is not here also? Hey, I miss him. Too late. Always too late.
Courage, Thaddeus. Maybe he'll come later.
First, I leave behind the papers.
Oh, the papers were in my hat box. It's my fault as well as you.
And Jakubowski? Where is Jakubowski?
Probably borrow from Germans passage money to America.
If Jakubowski were here, what would he tell us to do now? Hey, always two possibilities, these Germans. Either they find the papers or they do not find the papers.
Right.
If they do not find the papers, that's good. If they do find the papers...
Yes, Thaddeus?
If they do find the papers...
Yes, Colonel?
No, that's terrible.
Oh. You don't talk quite like Monsieur Jakubowski. Not quite.
No, but I lived like Jakubowski. Hunted. Only he knows what to do, and I do not.
When I don't know what to do, I fix my makeup. I'm going to the ladies' room and put on some lipstick. Excuse me. Oh, Monsieur Jakubowski. And Thaddeus, look what he has in his hand. My handbook.
Here, Colonel, please take these papers. They gave me heart palpitations.
Oh, Monsieur Jakubowski, we have missed you so, haven't we, Thaddeus?
Well, yes and no.
I have a message for you, Colonel, from the Messiah in the gray glove.
Yes?
Watch out, it's the Gestapo. Run.
Too late.
Very interesting. An interesting coincidence.
Don't move, any of you.
Well, my dear Monsieur Jakubowski, greetings.
Greetings.
And you, the tall one, you, my dumb friend. Are you still jealous?
No, please, sir, don't excite me.
Why not, madame? Why don't you get yourself a man? Take one of my boys. Why do you stay with this man who looks too stupid to say anything, even if he could talk?
This is not to endure.
Ah, he speaks.
Let go of me. Stand still. Do you feel his gun in back of you? Marianne, Jakubowski, get behind me. I will keep this worm in front of me. I will use him for shield.
My goodness, the Colonel has turned into Samson.
You Gestapo snake. Stand where you are.
Very interesting maneuver. Now, you have the gun. I am unarmed. Shall we negotiate?
Not with you.
No. Below, Knox, get behind him!
That's it.
Yes, I shoot. He tried to trick me.
Colonel, you got the Gestapo man, but the lieutenant got away. Listen to me. That corvette that takes you to England sails from Andai.
Andai? Good. You come with us.
No use. I asked him, but he said out of the question.
Colonel, quick. I find door. It goes in alley.
Jakubowski, you come with us. From now on, you are taking orders from me. Jakubowski, child, I adopt you. Marianne?
Where are we?
On a little road back of the town. Jakubowski?
Yes, Colonel?
Shabunievich. I hear. Follow me.
But we can't see in this fog.
Colonel?
I am listening.
Can you see?
I feel.
Can you smell?
Smell?
Please turn around. The opposite way. Do you notice that way? The breeze comes from the ocean. You can smell it?
I have changed my plan. Now we go in the opposite way. We go by smell. Jakubowski?
Yes, Colonel.
Stay close. I do not want you to get lost. Marianne.
Yes, Thaddeus. Oh, I'm sleeping in mud.
Stay close, all of you. We are getting near to the ocean. I smell it.
Someone is coming. Scatter, everybody hide.
Marianne. Jakubowski. Shabunievich. You do not hear me? I am here in ditch, in mud. I, Tadeusz Bolesław Szczepiński, am in the ditch.
Marianne? Colonel? They are gone. Well, there are two possibilities. What's that? German radio car.
Alien nationality, we repeat, all persons of the Jewish race are to be executed. We repeat, attention,
Madame,
Yes, Avonyevich. Be quietly.
nobody here. This is Andai, see? This is pier we meet boat. But no boat.
Marianne,
Monsieur Jakubowski, are you all right? Did they see you?
if they saw me, I wouldn't be here. Did you hear the new edict?
I heard.
They have added to it. Now they say no more than 2 persons allowed together on the streets. Should they detect a group of 3, the third one would be shot. I'm always the third.
I go find Colonel. I come back.
Do you think he will find Tadeusz?
I think the colonel will find us. The colonel is a wonderful fellow.
He will be, one day.
You love the colonel?
Yes. But until he learns a little of what you know, I cannot marry him. He must learn that the world is not made for him alone. He is learning. Oh, who is that?
Why are you two not laughing?
Tadeusz! Oh, thank